Seeing at 6 p.m., I'd like to call the June 1st, 2022 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council in order. I'd like to welcome everybody here this evening and ask that if you're able, you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty?
Here.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
Here.
Councilmember Winger?
Present.
Councilmember Naxted?
Here.
Mayor Gabriel?
Here.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Here.
Councilmember Baisden?
Here.
Councilmember Sonert?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Council. Before we get to agenda approval, I'd like to call your attention to a laydown you should have in front of you with requested additions to the packet. Action add to item D1, ordinance number 3289-2022. Amendment memo requested by the city manager. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move for approval of the agenda with the add item D1 and to suspend the rules to move ordinance 3287, 2022 prior to the public hearing. Request unanimous consent.
Second.
Thank you. And just for those following at home, that's under F1, unfinished business, ordinance number 3287-2022. Is there any objection to agenda approval with the noted suspension rules? Unanimous consent was requested? Was unanimous?
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no objection, the agenda is approved. Next up, we have the consent agenda. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move for approval of the consent agenda and request unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there anybody on the body that would like to amend the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please read the consent agenda into the record.
New business, action approval, bills to be ratified, brought to you by the administration. New business ordinance number 3294, 2022, accepting and appropriating funding from the State of Alaska Department of Natural Resources, Division of Forestry to support spruce beetle mitigation and hazard fuel reduction. Brought to you by the administration, public hearing on June 15th, 2022, and that is your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, we have scheduled public comment. Under scheduled public comment, we have none. Under unscheduled public comment, actually, let me go back to the consent agenda. Is there anybody? Sorry. It's like I got a huge agenda tonight. I think I want to get through it pretty quick. Is there anybody that would like to speak to anything that was on the consent agenda, which was just read into the record by the clerk? See none, we'll move to scheduled public comments. Under that, we have none. Item C, unscheduled public comment. Is there anybody from the general public who would like to speak to any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda? Anybody online? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to our new item, first on the agenda, item F1, which is ordinance number 3287-2022, conditionally donating certain city-owned property described as Tract A, Parkview Subdivision, Kenai Peninsula Boroughs parcel number 047011018 to the Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula for development of facilities for youth sports, recreation, education, after-school care, and other youth activities. And I will note, there's a clerk's note at the May 18th meeting, this ordinance was postponed to this meeting. A motion to enact is on the floor. And I guess if there's no objection from the body, and there's people that would like to provide additional information for public comment, to reopen for public comment. Seeing no objection, I will open for public comment if there's anybody that would like to speak to ordinance number 3287-2022. Anybody online, Shelley? Okay.
There's no one online.
Okay, very good. Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it to council. Notice, as noticed, a motion to enact is on the floor. I'll open up for discussion. Councilmember Baisden.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we get a report from the city manager what took place during planning and zoning's last meeting?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Baisden. So at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they heard this ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the ordinance by majority consent.
Any further questions of the administration? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. We authorized our city manager to enter into discussions or negotiations regarding alternate contenders for this 2.09 acres, and we haven't gotten a report yet. Do you have one now?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Glendenning, yeah, I can provide a report. So the Monday after that council meeting, when I requested that I was be able to work with the Boys and Girls Club and the developer, we met here in the conference room, and we had a good discussion about the possibility of future development south of the property. Because of some of the complexities involved, there wasn't anything that we could accomplish as far as a satisfactory solution for both developments, especially with the timeline that we're working on. But beyond that, the property owner to the south was not involved in those discussions. So if it had been that property owner, the discussions might have gone differently, but because that person was not involved in the discussions, trying to come up with a solution, particularly when you consider that the Boys and Girls Club is very early in their conceptual planning for this project. I don't think that they will know for months still, one, if this is a development that is viable, and two, how much of Tract A they really need to utilize. They have committed multiple times on the record. They committed in that meeting, also on the record, both at Planning and Zoning and at the last City Council meeting, that they would work in good faith with the city, and if it's an option, if they do not need to utilize all those lands, that we could look to utilize a portion of that, combine it with that parcel to the south, and have a development, some type of private development on that property.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Just to follow up, the property owner to the south, does he now know that this property is for donation, and that's it, I guess. We don't have an active buyer. Does the person to the south know the situation?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Glendenning. As far as I'm aware, they do know. I did not talk to that landowner, but they were talking to the potential developer about utilizing a portion of this Tract A and a portion of his parcel to the south to do this development. So I'm assuming that during those discussions, he was made aware that this parcel is proposed to be donated.
Okay, so there's no recent communications from either the owner to the south or from the potential developer, say in the past 10 days or whatever timeline, maybe since our last meeting.
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Glendenning. I did receive an email from the developer that asked me to forward his latest idea for a potential subdivision to the Boys and Girls Club so that they could consider that when they're going through their development of their conceptual plan. But that was, I believe, last Wednesdays when I received that email, and I did forward it on to the Boys and Girls Club.
Okay, so there is discussion.
Yes.
Any further comments, discussion? Councilmember Baisden?
Thank you, Mayor. So as one of the sponsors of the ordinance, and of course we had great testimony at our last meeting, we've went through the checks and balances with planning and zoning. I'll be supporting this. I can't think of a better way to utilize two acres of property to support the Boys and Girls Club and what it means to the city. And I hope that the rest of the council members will join me.
Further discussion? Councilmember Petty?
Yes, I am very glad of all the public comments that came in on our last council meeting, and I too will be supporting this, and I can't think of a higher opportunity to enrich our community, to invest in the youth of our community, and I wholeheartedly support this 100%.
Thank you. Further comments? Councilmember Weir?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I guess first off, I should state my concerns in this. My concern is that we haven't really gone through the proper process. We still don't have a conceptual plan. When we've done other land donations to Triumphant, they brought an actual conceptual plan. They paid for it, they had it done, they brought it forth. I've heard that they don't, that it wasn't done because they didn't want to waste funds. Well, to me, that's part of the proper process. We've required that from others, and it wasn't given to us. That was a big concern. I know through the memo given from Planning and Zoning was a conceptual design, which was still not given. I also have concern watching the recent Planning and Zoning Commission. We heard from the one resident that lives there, their concerns in this matter. It didn't seem like they really wanted to sell, and they felt a little pressured to look at selling. That brings me to concern that the approach that they will see. We've seen a pretty good strong arm approach in previous meetings from different people. And I am concerned about the approach that these residents would be seeing as well, and the pressure that they're getting to sell when they just moved into their home. It's not very welcoming and inviting to move into our community and then to be hounded to sell so that a nonprofit can expand. I am a full supporter of the Boys and Girls Club, so I think that's where some people have marked me wrong. I've been an advocate, full supporter of them for decades, given lots of my time, support the programs. I thought the donation was great for them and what they'd be able to do with it. I still think that they will be able to run a successful clubhouse. They're looking at purchasing a property with 4.26 acres. I understand that about an acre of that may be in the ravine and might not be usable. I still think they would have a pretty amazing property and spread with a little over 3 acres. With that being said, my concern lays into, I've heard from many different developers and real estate agents that they didn't even know that this property was for sale. Apparently the motto is everything in our city is for sale. But when there's a developer that's got an actual conceptual plan and wants to purchase or develop it, I think we haven't gone through a fair process in this. And we've got the Boys and Girls Club. They are in the city of Kenai. It's not that they don't have a home and they're not operating. They very much are operating. I understand that their conditions through COVID might not have been the greatest, and I understand that to be with most everybody that was a tenant didn't really like what their landlord said or did. I also understand that there is plenty of chances to go to school board meetings to fight some of those rules and mandates that they didn't agree with. So for me, going forward, I would like to have seen a better, cleaner process on this. When we have testimony that says we're going to do this legally or otherwise, that really draws concern for me. And so with that, I would have liked to have seen this go out on a more fair process and go on the market for fair market value, and not necessarily give prime donatable land without a conceptual plan or even a purchase agreement or anything on their end. So at this point in time, I would not be able to support this. I do support the Boys and Girls Club as a whole. This donation, I'm just unable to support.
Thank you. Councilman Winger, just for reference, I think under page 1, I think it looks like 135 of our packet, there is was submitted by Boys and Girls Club. It says site plan, Boys and Girls Club conceptual design. Were you looking at something other than that?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I guess I guess I was expecting something a little better, something a little more, maybe than just an outline, a building, something more along the line of what we've seen from Triumphant Theater.
Okay. Councilor Nexon. Yes, Councilor Nexon.
This constitutes a conceptual plan. Conceptual plans are less than 30% in an idea, and this is actually something we received about a month ago. I think it's the same plan, but nonetheless, we do have a conceptual plan, and it's reasonable. It's created by an architect. It shows the use of the space. So, regardless of that, I do support the ordinance as written. I think we've gotten the word from a number of the board members that they're willing to work with the developer, and and Paul has provided that site plan to them, which I presume will be sent on to your architect to see if it can be incorporated as you kind of firm this site plan up. And there's just a lot of moving parts, but it has to start with something solid, and the thing solid is to donate this property conditionally as listed in the ordinance.
Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Glendenny?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I too am looking at the packet, and I see on page 135, there's something called a conceptual design. And the conceptual design overlaps the private property where the people just testified that they weren't willing to sell. So I'm confused by this approach, but more importantly, we do not know the actual market value of this property. We have numbers all over the map, but we do not know exactly what a private developer would be required to pay for it. I think there should be a parallel path of evaluation, a cost-benefit analysis. If it's $3 for this parcel or 300,000, we should know that value. That should be part of our duty to the taxpayers, to the citizens of this town, to understand exactly the monetary asset that we potentially will donate, and the benefit that it would bring to our treasury should it be sold. There are many other options for the Boys and Girls Club, as they have said, and I hope they choose to remain in Kenai. The for some acres that they're negotiating to buy, I think is a wonderful property, and I don't know how many Boys and Girls Clubs actually have 4-acre parcel. I just think that the process hasn't been fair, and that we need to have more participants in the discussion to understand exactly the value of the property that we are potentially going to donate. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Sonert.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I am in support of Boys and Girls Club. I would have liked to have known what the value of this property is before we donate it. I think that's just common sense, so that we can, in conversation with our constituents, we know what the value is, and we know what we are donating. So I don't like the fact that we don't have that information. However, and even though this parcel of land probably wouldn't have been my first choice as a donation, I do recognize and realize that this 4-acre piece right next to it with the buildings, with the gym, is everything that meets their needs. I find it interesting, and that's really the only word I can say. This land has been sitting here. In the modern times of our city, this land has been sitting here for decades, and nobody has developed it. All of a sudden, we start talking about giving a donation to the Boys and Girls Club, and now we have a developer coming out of the woodwork. I find the timing of that interesting. It seems like if it was truly developable and profitable, maybe it would have been done a while ago. So I am in support of the Boys and Girls Club, and I will be supporting this. I just wish the whole transaction had been a little cleaner, and that we would have known what the value is that we're giving away, because that makes me feel a little uneasy. I'm giving something away, and I don't know what the value is. So, thank you.
Further comments? I guess I'd like to kind of take my bite at the apple here, I guess. So I did go and testify at the planning as a co-sponsor of this ordinance, along with Councilmember Basin, to testify at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and there was a representative of the Boys and Girls Club there, and I appreciated the questions and the deliberation of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the questions they were asked. I thought they did a good job of trying to grasp that the nuances, I guess, of donating this land. There's other issues that I think they had concern about, which were a little bit allayed, that things that may come, that would come back before them regarding a possible vacation of a charter circle, I believe it is, and then also a conditional use permit for their operation. The Boys and Girls Club did a good job. The representative of the Boys and Girls Club did a good job of answering questions that they had and relaying the discussion of the property owner that bought that house there. And my take from their comments were they weren't opposed to the Boys and Girls Club having the facility there. I think from my takeaway, it was there was a green strip behind their property that they would like to see a maintenance of some, screening of that sort. And again, there's a site plan that would have to be submitted that would provide for those types of details. I think, if you have to, invest in the community, the kids of the community are, a great investment. And this works because of an existing facility over there, a facility that they can take some of their endowment they recently received and buy that facility, which really dovetails nicely into what they provide for the kids of the community, and still have some money left over for operating costs, which is big. I mean, I think it's pragmatic way of thinking so that you have sustainability into the future to provide the services for the youth of our community. As far as location goes, it's a beautiful location. I think of private, and believe me, I'm a capitalist. I'm not one to, but I look at things in broader terms of what brings people to our community, what brings them to spend money, what's the economic benefit, what's the economic value to this. And I think that overall, with the number of people that they have, the membership that they have, the programs they offer, that we will see a benefit from this donation. Will it be necessarily a loss of the value? So if we go back and touch on the value, just for the record, the Kenai Peninsula Borough has that assessment for this parcel at $28,000. And granted, I would agree that that's probably low. I mean, that's a nice piece of property. There was some outreach to several well-respected realtors in the area that put that as raw land value of around, I believe it was $68,000 or $70,000. So even in my opinion, even if you get over $100,000 or $125,000, the other thing that dictates, in my opinion, the value over time for that parcel is what happens to this facility that the Boys and Girls Club is moving into. If that were to become a facility that maybe wouldn't be conducive to residential, people living right next door, or could be a negative effect on the property value as far as residential values go. So that's my opinion. Again, I want to thank the Planning and Zoning Commission for the time that they put in. This is a conditional donation. There's benchmarks that the Boys and Girls have to meet for this to go through. But eventually, I think I want to hopefully all of that goes well, and this is be a facility that will be used by youth of this community for decades to come. So with that, I'll close my comments and ask for any final comments from anybody.
Mayor Gabriel, sorry, I just want to point out to council that there is a proposed amendment in the packet, just reflecting a whereas clause regarding the Planning Commission's action.
Yeah, sorry. Page 196, yeah, thank you, Mr. Bloom. Anybody would like to move that amendment? Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to add, whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the conditional land donation at their meeting on May 25th, 2022, and
I second that.
request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the amendment is approved. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Winger?
No.
Councilmember Nexted?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
No.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonart,
Yes.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Yes.
You have 5 yes votes and 2 no votes. Ordinance 3287, 2022 is enacted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That moves us back to item D1, public hearings, ordinance number 3289-2022, accepting the annual budget, salary schedule, and employee classification plan for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, and committing $3,986,107 of general fund balance for future capital improvements. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I move to enact ordinance 3289, 2022.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3289-2022? Thank you, guys. Is there anybody online?
There is no one on the Zoom.
Seeing, hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. There is a minor amendment. Maybe we can get that out of the way right off the bat. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The lay-down motion and our amendment in our packet, I'll read that. I move to amend the ordinance to reduce general fund expenditures by $50,000 because of additional funding pledge by the Kenai Senior Connection, Inc. for senior center operations in fiscal year 2023.
I second that.
Request unanimous consent.
Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, we now have ordinance number 3289-2022 as amended before us. Council, or Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. There is another requested amendment from administration on page 22, and Mr. Eubank can speak to that if you'd like him to.
Mr. Eubank?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. On the 25th of this month, the city's accountant informed me she plans to retire this fall. And with her retirement, I had discussions with the city manager, and we're looking to increase the duties and potentially upgrade that position when we go out to recruitment. Upgrading the position is going to provide, I think, more security for the city overall. It's going to provide more depth in the position, more ability, and they would be able to perform some of the tasks, most of the tasks that I'm able to perform for the city that there really is no backup for right now in the current structure. Right now, the HR director is going through and doing the grading of the position to determine the recommended salary range. What is included in this amendment is a salary range up to a range 26. If her determination is that it's not a range 26, it's something less, that's what it'll be advertised at, and any excess funds won't be spent. But this includes funding to change the position from a accountant to a controller position and increase the pay range to a range 26.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think it's important to note that this would increase expenditures by $18,000, but the actual approval of the position will be a follow-up resolution at the next meeting for council's consideration.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Baisden.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for the Finance Director. Is the controller the number 2 position directly under you, Terry?
Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Basin, yes, it would be a direct report to me, much like the accountant, but the controller would then have supervisory duties over some other accounting staff in the finance department, and it would require more education and more experience to fill the controller position.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I also have an amendment that I'd like to.
Maybe we should move this one here, if
Oh.
there's no objection, the one that was suggested by, thank you, Councilmember Basin.
I move to amend the ordinance to provide funding to increase the accounting position in the finance department to a controller position by increasing general fund expenditures by $18,436.
I'll second.
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the amendment is approved. Councilmember Weir.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to move to amend ordinance to add one additional street operator position by increasing the general fund expenditures by $109,783, decreasing the personal use fishery special revenue fund expenditures by $441, and increasing the employee health care internal service fund expenditures by $42,840.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Councilmember Weir.
Thank you. Last year, to save in budget operation, we cut a position. As great as our street department is, I was assured that if they got this position back, they would be able to more than utilize this position. So it'd be an extra operator out in the wintertime. It would be an extra position as well, which again, is beneficial in all the tasks that they're required to handle. We'd have an extra grader on the road, dump truck operator. We'd have somebody extra to even help unbury the fire extinguishers at this point. I mean, they were buried all winter. So with having this increased position, I think with a lot of the complaints we fielded at the end of the season, there was a lot of outcry from the community to do more. And by bringing back this position, I feel would be appropriate. We're looking at changing a lot of classification codes and other existing positions currently, which is an increased cost. I think we need to really make sure that we're adequately covering our roads and our operations. They did an amazing job, and I'm sure that they would really like the support of one more position. It was probably a bigger burden going from 6 to 5. So I would really hope that council would support this for the community.
Thank you. Further discussion? Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Not only at the end of the winter when the snow accumulation was most severe, but through the winter also, I got phone calls on this subject, and I did not keep a log. It was numerous. It was many, and it had not so much to do with the technique of the operators, the street people, but it was the timeliness of the snow removal. A lot of them came from people who maybe didn't have four-wheel drive vehicles, or maybe they had a car of a lesser bumper height that would get hung up on snow drifts and get stuck in their own driveways. Many calls, many different stories. Personally, I dragged sheet metal in a brand new Ford Bronco Sport through Woodland Subdivision in front of my house for a month, and it just didn't work out for my car. I didn't like it, and I had lived there for 20-some years, and that had never happened to me before. We had record snowfall one year of 11 feet, and it was taken care of. Granted, we had a larger force. I just think it's prudent to provide these services to our community. They're expected and desired and wanted, and I think it's an easy decision to spend the $100,000. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is that, I mean, I understand that there's no doubt we had a large snowfall this winter, and most of the council members, I think, received some complaints. I think overall, our streets department did an excellent job based on the situation they were handed. Our director or city manager did not bring this position forward in the budget. This is a huge compounding effect over the overall budget when you look at it on an annual basis. And I guess my question is going to be, if they thought it was important, why didn't they bring it forward? Why are we trying to fund something they didn't ask for?
Do you want to respond, Mr. Ostrander? Or it was sort of direct administration. Mr. Ostrander, make you explain.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Baisden. You know, we didn't bring it forward. And I think that this is an appropriate time for Mr. Curtin to speak to this, as we had lengthy discussions about this position and whether or not we should recommend bringing it back.
Mr. Curtin?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through the city manager. As we discussed at the work session several weeks ago, when we presented the budget, this has been discussed. You know, we try to balance this on a nice edge here, right? So we try to be limited government where we can to save on costs, and we try to be as effective as we can with our operations. So, you know, with that said, as I mentioned at that work session, you know, I feel like my guys have done an admirable job throughout the year. We did have a couple of events this year, but you know, my thoughts on the matter were that the overwhelming majority of last year, we were able to maintain those services. I think if you ask the average person in the city, I don't think anyone would realize that we dropped from 6 to 5 for probably 360 out of 365 days of those year, in my opinion. We did have some conversations. We did increase our overtime in this budget versus last year, which was intended to assist that if we had a similar event that we'd be able to respond as effectively as possible. And, you know, that's what we included in the budget that we presented to you. I do support that. That did come from me. You know, I greatly appreciate everyone's interest in making sure that I have the tools to do my job and to meet the need in the community. It really means a lot. It means a lot to myself and to my guys. So I really appreciate that from everyone. But I also want you to know, I mean, I have pretty thick skin, right? I didn't write a book on how to maintain streets and stuff, and we're always open to opinion. And if someone has an idea, a suggestion, recommendation, whatever it is, I'm very open to doing that, and we try to implement that where we can. So, and that's why I kind of posed the question at that meeting. I would like you guys essentially to judge me. I mean, if you didn't feel like we did good enough, and you feel a sixth person would help, then I understand that. I'm not asking for it personally, but I understand if that's what your opinion is, on the matter. I try to use all staff that we have across all my departments as effectively as we can. Today, as an example, we got our nice shiny new grader delivered today, which you'll see out grading roads and plowing our streets, next year. So. I feel like through the city manager with the assistance of the finance director, I do feel like as a group, as a team, that we have a plan put forth to you within this budget. I'm comfortable with that plan, and I guess I would ask you guys, what's your thoughts on the matter? I think the overtime is going to help assist with where we ended up with that last storm event. I mean, that's really the one that everyone talks about. That was 100% my call. The day that happened, I was $500 already over budget on overtime, and I made the call to not go on a holiday weekend to save money. That's on me, 100% on me. I feel like what we have in this current budget addresses that issue, that likely would not happen again. Now, if you feel like I'm not fast enough as a whole throughout the entire winter, then that's a different argument. Certainly, there would be some benefits to having potentially a sixth individual on response time. But there's other factors at play there too. There's how much equipment we have, what's operational on a given day, and things like that. What staff's working on a given day, things like that. So I guess I don't want to drone on it for but I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have. But the budget that you have presented to me is with my support. It's not something that was forced down on me. It was something that I put together. It went through our entire process as every other director does with their departments and their budgets. But I really appreciate everyone's interest and support of what we do, truly. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Glendening?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Just speaking of efficiencies, we have two newish trucks, and we're going to put a belly blade on the second one. Would that increase your efficiency with the operations people you have, or would a sixth person able to drive that truck in a timely manner make a difference?
So it's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up, Vice Mayor Glendening. It is another tool for us to use. So that belly blade on our Mack trucks, it's not used on every road, but it's used on primary roads like Beaver Loop and Redoubt and Forest Ave, things like that. And it helps us in how we do our process and how we start our process. So it allows me to get town opened up faster. The other issue with that particular piece of equipment is they're also the trucks that have the sanders in them. So depending on what the conditions are, how much snowfall we have, how much ice we have, those are the vehicles that we're out doing those tasks with. So if I have someone in that, they're not necessarily, in a grader per se. So adding the additional overtime to the budget with the purchase of a second belly blade, which is in the budget, that was the one special project request that I added to be included with that department's budget. Those were the two things that I thought were going to allow me to be more effective next year above and beyond what we were this last year.
Vice Mayor Glendening.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Always the question in projects, operations, maintenance, whatever, you're in a discussion with a group of engineers, design review, whatever, and the question is asked, what standard do you accept to change your mind that we need the sixth man? What does it take to have the extra help so our streets can be clean? I know on Forest, I drove in a rut for a long time. It was thrown into opposing traffic, etc. Perhaps the belly blade this year would make the difference. But what standard do you require to advocate for the sixth man?
So in my humble opinion, I would say as the city continued to grow and we take on more roadways, it would slow our response time as an overall. So I can tell you our goal on any major snow event is that on day one, every street in the city will be touched with a plow. It won't be plowed out, but we will have a plow go down a roadway at least one time to open that up so that people can get out of their house and make their way off to work. On day two, we come back and we widen the road. And generally on day 3 and 4, we'll have snow blowers, which are much slower. They're smaller equipment. They take several days to do that. Days 3 and 4, we're typically going back, going curb to curb and picking up any of the berms that are left over, which I know you've all likely gotten phone calls over the years that as the snow rolls over the top of the gate and it leaves a little berm, that's what the snow blowers do. They'll go back and pick those up, and that's generally on days 3 and 4. And then days 5 and 6, we are generally pushing towards the bike paths and sidewalks and things like that to allow the kids to get to school and other things like that. So,
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendening, I would answer that question that if we have another winter where you see similar road conditions that we did last year, I think we should bring a sixth person back. But I think that, this is the first winter that we didn't have that sixth person. And it wasn't even so much the amount of snow that we got, but it was the unique conditions that we had with the rain and freeze and then rain that really made it where I think regardless of how many resources you have, it would have been really difficult to maintain it. But I'd say if we have another winter where conditions are similar to that, I think this has been a failed experiment and a sixth should come back. But I think one winter is too small of sample size to really know for certain if 5 is the right number or not.
One more question,
Vice
process
President.
question. So we get into a trick like we had last year. Do we have it in our view? Do we have a budget capability to recruit an auxiliary person to drive equipment to help with the snow removal? Is that possible, or are we just locked into 5 and that's it with the overtime?
Mr. Curtin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor Glendening. No, that's always open to us. I can tell you what I've done is I have other members inside Public Works that have CDL licensing, and I've had them assist with our department as well. So I give an example. Justin Wick was a new operator we hired at the water plant. I had him off duty from that, jump in one of the snow blowers, and we put him in Woodland subdivision in Inlet Woods as a body to go ahead and do that. And those hours spent in that capacity were paid for out of the streets snow plowing budget. Eric Jean is another example. I've had him jump in a front end loader and assist with clearing some of the intersections on the Kenai Spur Highway with a loader. So we try to use what we have in house. Parks and Rec as well. Actually, Brad's here. So a few individuals from Parks and Rec. Same thing. One would jump in a snow blower and assist. So we do tap those resources, when they're available and when needed. So, and it's not to say that we couldn't. I don't have plans. It's not in my budget. It is something that we are talking about going back years ago. We used to have temps, I believe, and there's pluses and minuses with bringing those individuals on. It's nice to have them, but they also tend to break things, and they don't necessarily know the process. So there's a learning curve there for a limited time. And if you have a mild winter and you're not using them, then they tend to go find other jobs, and they're not there when you call them. So there's pluses and minuses to doing that. But we've done that in the past. That is absolutely something that we can entertain, within the future, but it's not within this current budget.
Councilman Ware.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I also have 2 questions for Mr. Curtin. Do you have the work for a 6-man? That's my first question.
Mr. Curtin.
I'm assuming you mean year round.
Yeah. Do you have the work that would keep 6 people busy year round?
Yes, I'm sure that I have 5 individuals, and I would change up what I'm doing, but yes, not I could keep a 6 individual busy. Being honest, you look around town. There's things that we've done that we've deferred for years and stuff. We would likely do, more right-of-way ditch clearing, maybe perhaps more crack sealing. There's a variety of things that we potentially could do. So yes.
Thank you. You just kind of touched on my second question. If they would be able to do some of the things that have been maybe neglected: potholes, crack sealing, ditches. Winter clearing, fire hydrants. So you're saying that there would be adequate work for a 6th position?
Yes, in any of my departments, I would never take on a person that was not busy.
Thank you.
So we would make them busy.
Councilman Axland.
Thank you. I suspect, Mr. Curtin, if you had 2 additional employees, you'd be able to keep them busy too, doing something rather than sitting them down.
Yeah, so again,
somewhat of a rhetorical question. So yes is good. That's all But the street department does an excellent job, and I've had really no issues with it. And the constituents that do call me or I talk to are happy. And also in the Woodland subdivision, I know people that have been there for 30 years, and they said, yeah, it gets rough in there sometimes, but this has happened before. The storm in February was quite unusual. With all the wet snow, and then the rapid freeze right afterwards. And it's something that I observed on borough roads all around, and the city of Soldotna, probably even more so in the city of Soldotna, and the way they maintain their roads. They have a different operation than the city of Kenai. Ours is more efficient, and it's on site. But at any rate, I think that your proposal is to keep it at what you have for the number of people you have working for you, and that you can operate at that level. That's my understanding. We take another person on. It's more than just the budget for paying this person and PERS and TERS for the year. They're here, and then there's retirement afterwards. There's ongoing, and then the next person, and so forth. There's considerable expense to that. But I guess with the level of maintenance that I see, and maintenance can never be perfect, I think that it's more than adequate. And I do believe, along the lines of what Mr. Glendenning was suggesting, that the city may want to consider something like the airport does. The airport has a couple of full-time operators. Okay, that works except for big snowfalls and all that. And they hire winter guys that come out, or gals, and make up the difference. And I think that there could be some sharing between the airport and the streets, and back and forth, and to pick up, if you will, that slack during those extreme storms if we happen to have them, and we will have another one. But I don't think that an expenditure of this sort continuing makes sense right now based on your operation and how you operate, and the cost of $116,000 to maybe catch a snowfall, one snowfall like we had last year, or two. But I am a bit concerned about the increase in our budget, especially since it's contrary to your, how you see running your operation this year.
Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I appreciate the candid comments and the questions. Thank you, City Manager. I will be supporting this amendment for the sixth man. We see throughout the budget that we've this budget and the previous budget that we've added overhead in the and using the terms of specialty people that require certain degrees, certain experience, certain management skills. I think that for the practical aspect for the people of this town, and from what I've heard and my experience on the road this winter, and maybe a couple of previous winters, I've been in that subdivision 20-some years. I think the sixth man would be welcome, and I recall I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Just you'd be happy if you could use somebody for the sixth man. So for that reason and that reason only, I'm going to vote in favor of this amendment, and I think we will see the need and requirement for this person for our city. Thank you.
Councilman Ware.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I too would just like to bring point, this is a lot of money. I mean, it is. This is a lot of money to pay out on a position, and there's a lot of benefit to the people of the city of Kenai. We're hearing a lot about cost and budgets and cost, but what you're going to hear here soon too is we're going to be voting on reclassification codes for city employees. So when we up those classification codes, what you're going to see from a level 19 to a 23, that's a pay increase. That's an increase. So as much as we're talking about budgets and cutting costs, we're also going to go here in a minute, and we're going to increase budgets, and we're going to increase pay to positions. So for me, that's a concerning message to be sitting the people of the city of Kenai. We're going to be upping the pay of our employees substantially in some positions, and at the same time, we're going to sit here and tell you we're worried about budget when it comes to this position because it's a lot of money. Look at the money that we're going to be spending on this, and then look at what we're about to do with the budget reclassification, add up the money, and what we're about to do in increasing the classification codes of employees is going to far outweigh this position, and I just want that to reflect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sonar.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Mr. Curtin, in previous years, you had 6 staff members, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then when that 6th position was cut, it was not, if I understand this correctly, it was not cut because you didn't have enough work for that person. It was cut due to budgetary constraints, correct?
So I've been with the city just over 4 years now. When I started early on, we had discussions about managing budgets and reducing costs where appropriate to do so. In looking at all of my departments, at that time, I had 6 individuals in the streets department, which was more than I had in any of my other departments. And it was determined that one of those losing one of those operators would be the least painful way of reducing costs within my operational budgets. So, and Paul, city manager, perhaps can speak to this. I don't remember exactly. It was probably 3 years ago. I mean, it was well in advance of this, but that position was essentially put on a list that if one ever became vacant, that we would not refill that position. So several years went by. We had an individual that left the city for another opportunity, and at that time we chose not to refill that position. So we slightly modified kind of how we did things as an operation to try to continue to deliver the highest level of service that we had with the means that were afforded to me.
So that was my next question, was when you went from 6 staff members down to 5, how did that affect your operations? But I think you just touched on that you kind of reshuffled and redid that. So how much of the wintertime, I mean, do you have 5 employees out with 5 pieces of equipment working at the same time? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Depending on the needs of the event. So yes, if we have a major snowfall event, all hands are on deck.
Okay, and would you have enough equipment for a 6th person and to have all 6 out at the same time?
We do have enough equipment. I'd have them doing different things. I don't have like a grader, for example,
Sure.
for every employee, so we'd have different people doing different activities. But yes, we have it's relatively a big city. We have over 70 miles that we have to do multiple times, lane miles of stuff. So I could tell you throughout the course of the year, really what happened is things were delayed. We just didn't do things as fast as we did as when we had 6 individuals. So I give an example. We just finished dredging the dock, and we used to dredge the dock a little bit faster just because the setup down there. I didn't necessarily have more equipment, but we had the ability for other things to take place at the same time, and something that might have used to took 3 days took 4 days. But I could also tell you that nobody likely noticed that I was 1 day slower on that particular event. You know, when we're out and we're street sweeping, I don't necessarily have 6 street sweepers, but I have other individuals that are doing other things at the same time, like dust control with the calcium chloride. So having another individual means I could have somebody in a street sweeper. I could also have somebody in a water truck doing calcium chloride and things like that. So what does that mean? If I don't have that person, it means that might not get done till tomorrow. So I don't feel like I've delayed things by, even certainly not weeks or months. Everything that I used to do normally is now just a little bit slower. But we're still getting it done, in my opinion. But I'd also like to say, you folks are my barometer, right? So if something's not working, and many of you do reach out and you let me know, and I genuinely, truly appreciate that, and we do what we can to direct, efforts in the appropriate place to make sure that we're meeting the need and the expectation throughout town. I really defer to you guys on what your thoughts are. It's a balancing act for me. So we're trying to be as financially conscious as we can while delivering the highest level of service that I possibly can. So I'm kind of trying to do both things. So if you don't feel like I'm doing a good enough job in certain areas, then please by all means let me know, and we'll do better. I'll do what I can to do better.
Okay, and last question. How many winters have you been working with a staff of 5?
So this was our first.
This was the first winter?
This was the first.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. So for our Public Works Director, so what this body is telling you by putting something in the budget that you didn't ask for, that you failed. And your department failed this winter because we're giving you something that you didn't ask for, $100-some thousand that you did not ask for. And I'm looking at you as being the person in charge. We're here for 3 or 4 hours. We take some phone calls. You're doing the job out there. We've hired you for a position to do that work. I feel that you and your group has done it well. You did not ask for that position, and you're being put in a position right now to where this group's going to decide whether you need that position or not, and you're trying to walk a fine line. I get that. But what I'm telling you is that I see a police chief in here, he would take 2 or 3 positions if we wanted to fund it, he didn't ask for it. Fire chief over here, he would take 2 or 3 positions that he didn't ask for that we funded for. So again, can you do this successfully without this position, is my question directly to you.
Mr. Curtin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Baisden. So again, you're absolutely right. You know, you're looking at a budget that we put forth. It was put forth with my support. So I did ask for some stuff, and fully acknowledging that we had some shortcomings last fall. Primarily, that was adding some overtime to the budget, which this budget does have. It included the additional purchase of a second belly blade. So as your Public Works Director, those are the things that I asked for that I thought were reasonable to do better based on what we had. So I am not asking for a 6th individual. And yeah, if you're, if Councilman Baisden, if your comment to me is that I failed miserably last year, that hurts a little. I'm not gonna lie, that hurts a little. But I fall back to, we genuinely do the best, with the tools that we're given within our means. And we're gonna continue to do that. So regardless of where we are, if we have an off year and you say, Scott, we just don't have the revenues, we don't have the money for whatever it is, whether it's buying a piece of equipment, whatever it is, it is what it is. We're going to do our best every day with the tools that you afford me to do just that. I'm not asking for the 6th individual, but I understand why you're bringing forth the amendment. I don't look at it. I look at it as you're genuinely trying to support me, and I greatly appreciate that. I'm not offended by that. I understand. You guys are my barometer to the community and how we're doing. And many of you do approach me when you're approached with questions and concerns, and I do the best I can to respond to those as quickly as I possibly can. And I hope you feel that way. And I hope, and I'm not trying to dodge your question. I hope that answers your question.
No, thank you, Mayor. And it's not that I think you failed. I think your group did a good job. Again, during the budget process, you as a director put forward your budget. Did you have a position in there that was cut that never made it to us?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Petty.
Yes, I know that we had an exceptional winter event, and that you were very conscientious about being efficient in saving revenues and staying within a tight budget, and I graciously appreciate that. I also spoke with the human resource individual and the city manager and yourself, and I know that when you go to add an additional individual into your department, there is a lengthy due diligence, which is a process. And just by us trying to micromanage this, I think it does not go through the due diligence of that process. I rely upon you and the city manager to adequately staff your departments, and I do not want to get into the weeds of micromanaging. And so because of the compounding effect that this will have, and because of your analysis and the extra resources that you ask for overtime for your department to handle those situations if they do arise, and I would hate to see that a position added without that due diligence, and then somewhere down the road, because of constraints of resources, that a position has to be cut. So because of those factors, I will not be supporting this, and I wholeheartedly appreciate the fine job that your department does.
Thank you.
Or Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. For the record to reflect, this isn't a micromanagement. This isn't being brought forth out of despite or disapproval. When we were asked if there was any additions, changes, or anything else to please bring these forward, we weren't told that we had to bring these forward to HR, the manager, or anything else. None of that parameter was set forth when we wanted to do these budget changes. I worked with Terry Eubank. I did reach out to Mr. Curtin before anything was put in a packet or introduced. I did have a conversation with Mr. Curtin, saying that, you know, they've done a great job. They have, for the tools they've had. It doesn't take away the complaints and the concerns that we've received from constituents. We've heard many nice ways of saying, yeah, we may do with 5, you know, we just had to adjust, you know, and you've heard, yeah, we've had a delay because we went from 6 to 5. That's what we've heard. I reached out to Mr. Curtin and talked to him. This wasn't a micromanagement. This was a conversation that was done. It seemed to be okay. He didn't ask for it, but we did discuss it before this came towards the body or anything else. So Mr. Curtin knows this wasn't a micromanagement, and it's not saying that you did this horrible job. It's just saying that the people want more. They want their crack sealing done. They want their potholes done. They want the roads maintained on a consistent basis. If you're on a primary road, that's great that you can get out of a driveway. A lot of people that aren't on that primary road still have to wait that 6 days to get somebody to come out and scrape their road, or they plow it themselves. So this is coming from a concern from constituents. So I'm not here to represent the HR director. I'm not here to represent the city manager. I spoke with the department head. There was no ill feelings bringing forth this. I'm here to represent the constituents, and the constituents wanted more. We keep hearing about budget and money, and again, like I said, we're about to spend a lot more money on reclassifying a lot more positions. So in the end, this wasn't a micromanagement as claimed, and this wasn't a negative to Mr. Curtin or his people in any way, shape, or form. This was just giving more for the people of the city of Kenai. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would just like to weigh in here. And I appreciate Mr. Curtin's commentary on a call that was made. His 24-year employee, 17 as a foreman at DOT, certainly understand that position you're put in. Sometimes you make calls that didn't work out. Sometimes you do, and you got everything, you know, that you're considering, the duration of the adventure and school bus routes, you know, when to get people out there, when to call people, and there's a lot of moving parts that go into those decisions. And what I always used to say was, there's a couple things you can plan for. You can plan for, you know, sort of that normal event. A lot of times you don't plan for the worst case scenario all the time because you overspend in your budget. And an example of that would be when Silvertip was closed down. The first year it closed down, there was a pretty mild winter, and it was manageable for the surrounding camps to keep up with that. And, you know, so there's very few complaints about Silvertip. Well, consequently, the next 2 winters were pretty severe, and of course, you know, that was a bridge too far for that group to, you know, not because it was their fault. They were doing everything they can, but so again, you sort of staff hoping for this level of event this year where there was a lot of snow. And I appreciate the city manager's comment that, you know, they'll take a look at this year and reassess and see, like, okay, we can say that last year was more snow than normal, I think, and led to some of those issues that we looked really good right up to a point that we had an event late in the year that was sort of, you know, the backbreaker there. So I get it. I mean, we had 575 lane miles and 12 operators. And so, but what the point you made too, also, Mr. Curtin, of you know, putting belly blades on and being efficient with your equipment, those are certainly things that can help in those areas. Like I live over in VIP, you have to drive a vehicle all the way down Bridge Access and then down K Beach to get to my neighborhood, where you know, a 8-yard sander with belly blade and nose plow does that a lot quicker than a grader, and at least to knock those out. So yeah, certainly looking for efficiencies would help. But I look forward to, I think I'll defer to administration and their judgment that we'll reassess after this next winter and say, okay, maybe we do need to revisit this. So, well, for those reasons, I don't support the amendment. With that, any other comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Nexted?
No.
Mayor Gabriel?
No.
Councilmember Baisden?
No.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes.
Councilmember Sonar?
No.
Councilmember Petty?
No.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau?
No?
You have 5 no votes and 2 yes votes.
Okay, ordinance number 3289, 2022 is amended. Further discussion, comments? Further comments? Are we ready to vote on this? You want to take it at ease, or did? Or- Ready to vote? Okay, very good. With that, clerks, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, oh, I'm sorry.
could I have like 5 minutes? I need to make one adjustment and ask for another amendment. It'll be to the amount that's being, the amendment that'll be adjusted is Section 3. Council hereby commits what right now is $3,986,107. That number can change as a result of the changes that have been made,
Oh,
or the
very good.
amendments tonight, so.
Okay, very good. We'll take a, at ease. Back on the record, Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Amendments at the request of the Finance Director. I move to amend Section 3 to replace $3,986,107 with $4,032,601 as a result of the prior amendments this evening, and move to amend the total all funds in Section 2 to $36,075,427. Request unanimous consent.
I'll second that.
Discussion on the amendment? See none, the amendment is approved. Therefore, the main motion on ordinance number 3289-2022 as amended before us. Further comment, Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I have a question for City Manager Ostrander. On the revisions of classification plan, can you explain to us why this is necessary and why we are going forward with reclassifications?
Mr. Ostrander.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger, are you referring to the memo from our HR director on page 16?
Yes.
Okay, so there's multiple positions here. I guess I'll go through each one. The Assistant Parks and Rec Director is actually a new position. It was formerly an Admin 3 position, which was a range of 13. We've added duties to that position, significant duties, including management of all the employees at the rec center, also management of the personal use fishery, both at the dock and at the beach. So the job duties have expanded significantly. On top of that, this position we felt it was appropriate to have an assistant park and rec director for additional depth on the bench at Parks and Rec. There is an additional cost to that position. I don't have the total amount in front of me, but I believe it's around $15,000 addition, including benefits. If you move on to the Assistant City Manager, Special Project Coordinator, that was just a change in the title to be consistent, no change in range or compensation. The Parks and Rec Director position was changed from 22 to 23. I believe that happened about 6 months ago. Council passed Resolution 2021-71. We're just trying to be clear in this ordinance that that is included in this new budget, even though Council did approve it 6 months ago. That was a small increase also in that position. The Parks and Rec Director was a range below every other director in the city, so we felt it was appropriate to move them up with the rest of the directors. The Human Resource Director, that again was done probably 5 months ago. That actually reduced the range in that from a 26 to a 23, reducing the cost of the city for that position. We felt that was appropriate. The Human Resource Director was a newly created position within the city, and after our first Human Resource Director completed their tenure with the city, we felt it was more appropriate to grade that at a 23 rather than 26 where it originally was classified. Next one, Deputy Fire Chief. That's just a title change, no change in compensation. Chief Animal Control Officer, that it did amend the range from a 16 to a 17. That's a position that actually Chief Ross has asked to look at it to be reclassified for a number of years. After considering again this year and based on the increase in duties that we see with the Chief Animal Control Officer, it was increased one range to the cost of the city of about $4,000. The Utility Operator 1-2, this just amends class codes. There's no change in compensation. Utility Lead Operator, again, it's consistency, no compensation change. Park and Rec Maintenance Technician, we amended that title. Doesn't change the range. Parks and Rec Laborer, we amended the titles for consistency. Once again, doesn't change compensation. And then the consolidated position, Utility Foreman 1-2, is a new position, or excuse me, a consolidated position. We used to have a wastewater treatment plant foreman and a water foreman, and we've combined that into one. Along with that, we did add a utility operator 1-2, so the total cost to the utility there is a decrease over what you have seen previously. So all inclusive, actually what's in the budget itself, you see an increase of probably $18,000 to $20,000. But if you consider the cost, the savings in the utility, which I believe are about $5,000, and the savings of the HR director, which is a savings of probably $15,000, you know, the overall impact to the city as a whole is pretty insignificant. And the reason that we include this in here, again, is just for clarity and transparency for the public and for council to know exactly what's changed, even though many of these were done just for consistency purposes.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Weir.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you very much, City Manager, for clarifying that. One other thing I would like to clarify is when you look at page 8, going into page 9, the range for our city employees, which would be the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk, is a no grade, and there is no dollar amount in our budget. I was asked why the city is spending taxpayers' money and then not including that in a transparent document in the budget for our constituents to know what where their tax dollars are going to the penny. They felt that with no grade and no amount, it kind of leaves a secret in what we're spending out of our bank account. Is there a reason why we don't put that in there for the public's transparency and clarity?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger. The reason that there's no grade in there is that those 3 employees are under contract directly with the council, so council determines solely within their discretion what those amounts are. So we wouldn't be able to classify them in a range or a grade within our existing structure because they are contract employees or contracted under council directly.
Could you advise me in the budget document where we would find the total value of what we're paying our employees in the budget so I can show them where to find that information?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gable. Councilmember Winger, I don't believe that is in the budget. There is on page 13 the increase for those 3 employees in the budget. That's certainly information that is subject to any public requesting it. We could provide that if they needed it.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So we don't have in this document what we send out of city funds, spend out of city taxpayer dollars for our 3 employees' positions. We do show what the increased cost would be to our 3 employees, but the general basics of what we're spending is not documented in here. But if somebody wanted to do a FOIA request, that would be given to them in a FOIA request?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger, they wouldn't have to do a FOIA request. They could just ask for it. I would say that there are no other employees in the document that it states how much they make either.
But it gives a classification of those employees, and then the classification index tells us what the range of that position would be. We don't have anything to gauge that off with our 3 employees. So that is the difference. They would be able to get a ballpark of what we're paying. And if you're willing to give that amount out, why is it not in the document open and transparent for our constituents?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. It's never been included in there before. If council would like us to include it going forward, we could certainly do that if that's helpful to you and the public.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that would be great going forward. I think when we're talking about spending taxpayers' dollars and we account for everything, I think they want to see it and not have to do FOIA requests or email requests to get that. If it's an open, transparent thing, I would appreciate it to be in the next year's budget.
Further discussion, Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. Just furthering on that question, when in the budget, but rather than find it here, I mean, there's a portion there for the city manager's office, which includes everybody, so that the dollar amounts for all of these positions are included in the budget under their departments. Isn't that not correct? I mean, as a total?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Naxted. Yeah, in each department, all personnel costs are included. So city managers, department, all the personnel in there would be included under personnel, no different than the city clerk's department.
Just a follow-up clarification for the city manager. That's personnel, that's not your wages that's included. Is that what you're saying? Just personnel?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger, I guess Terry could speak to that more specifically, what exactly is included in the personnel section of those departments.
Mr. Eubank?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Winger, I don't know if you have the draft budget in front of you, but if you, it's page 93 of the document. This is the detailed breakdown for the city manager department. And you can see under the salary and benefits section, it is broken down between salaries, overtime, leave, Medicare, Social Security, PERS, unemployment, workers' compensation, health and life insurance, and then supplemental retirement. Total salary and benefits for the city manager's department, $466,932, of that we're going to pay salaries of $303,367. Further in the document on page 89, you can see what the staffing is established for the city manager department. We have a city manager, we have the assistant to the city manager, special projects, and we have a temporary grant writer. So those three positions make up that total salaries of $303,367.
Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mr. Eubank, for that explanation. So that would be a total with the city manager and the two personnel that work underneath them.
Mr. Eubank?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Winger, yes, that's correct.
Thank you for explaining that and giving it as a reference.
And as a follow-up for clarification, I think when you, maybe Mr. Eubank or Mr. Ostrander, when we look at these ranges for our other employees, that there is a corresponding wage with those ranges, but not necessarily the people that fill those may not be getting that range or exact wage because of their years of service. Is that correct, Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, so if you have a classified employee, they are in the salary schedule, so they get steps on regular intervals, at first every year, after they've been with the city for a while, every other year. If you are a department head service employee, then you'll see in the budget document that they're paid within a certain range, but again, depending on the individual in that department head service, they might be making towards the bottom of that range, or if they've been with the city for a significant amount of time, it might be in the top end of that range.
Very good, thank you. Any further discussion on Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just have a follow-up clarification question from Mr. Ostrander. So after, you just said that there's steps, so after they're reclassified, do they wait another 6 months before their next performance review, before a step increase? Or, I mean, how does that work after reclassification?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Ringer, it depends on how they're reclassified. If it's classified or reclassified because of a promotion, it is graded a little bit differently. If they're reclassified in a position and they start at the A range, then they would get a bump in 6 months. They'd be eligible for a bump if they meet expectations in 6 months. At that point forward, it would be every year.
Okay, just so, I guess just to make sure I have this clear. So we can do a step increase for housekeeping purposes or due to resolution, and then in 6 months they would be looking at another increase. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Ringer, it would be a range increase through a resolution. So the range increase would be per resolution, and again, if depending on how that increase was granted, if it were a promotion, it would be a year until they'd be eligible for another raise.
All right, thank you.
Further discussion on ordinance number 3289-2022 as amended? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yes.
Councilmember Bayston.
Yes.
Councilmember Sonar.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted.
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3289-2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. If I could recall the process we had earlier in the session, I would move to suspend the rules and move resolution 2022-45, which is under public hearings, numeral 14. And I would ask that it be placed next in sequence for discussion.
I second that.
Thank you. Is there any objection from the body? We'll just be suspending the rules, so I don't think we have to.
Request unanimous consent.
Okay, thank you very much. Unanimous consent was requested. Any objection? Seeing none, we'll now hear D14, and we'll renumber the rest of these. So, next up.
Thank you.
Item D14, resolution number 2022-45, supporting the constitutional right of Alaska grand juries to investigate and make recommendations on public welfare and safety concerns. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Petty.
Yes, I would like to bring forth resolution number 22-45, please.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-45? Please come forward. Yeah, please come forward and give your name and address for the record, please. And you'll have 3 minutes to testify.
My name's Queen Parker, and I live in Sterling, Alaska. And I'm just going to read this here, it makes it easier. The Alaska Statute 1240-030, section titled Duty of Inquiry into Crimes and General Powers, clearly states the grand jury shall inquire into all crimes committed or travel within the jurisdiction of the court and present them to the court. The grand jury shall have the power to investigate and make recommendations concerning the public welfare of safety. Whereas the investigative grand jury in Alaska 1987 report by the Alaska Judicial Council found on the AlaskaGrandJuryRights.com website also confirms the grand jury's most important duty is to investigate and recommend on jury's most important duty on public concerns, and confirms this power cannot be hindered. The Alaska's Constitution gives grand juries the power to investigate into and make recommendations addressing virtually anything of public concern. This broad general power can never be hindered or delayed, and confirms that public petitions and requests are a proper way to initiate such investigations, and that such public petitions and requests must be given to the grand jury. So, Alaska Constitutional Convention 1307, 1409, way back there. The power of grand juries to inquire into the willful misconduct in office of public officers and to find indictments in connection therewith shall never be suspended. The grand jury is preserved for all purposes, particularly for investigation of public officials. The grand jury can be appealed to directly, which is an invaluable right to the citizen. Alaska Grand Jury Handbook, page 16. Can a grand juror ask the grand jury to investigate a crime that the district attorney has not presented to them? Yes. The Alaska statute states if an individual grand juror knows or has reason to believe that a crime has been committed that is triable by the court, the juror shall disclose it to the other jurors who shall investigate it. Amen.
Would you mind taking questions if anybody has any? And could you restate your name again?
Queen Parker.
Queen Parker. Okay, thank you, Ms. Moore. Councilmember Winger has her light on.
Sorry, Queen, I have a question for you.
Okay.
After duty of inquiry, you read off a number. What was that again? I didn't get to write
Oh,
it
which-
down in my notes.
Oh, the last one?
The first one that you quoted, please.
12.40.030.
Thank you very much for coming.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-45? Yes. Yes, please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel and esteemed city council members, for giving me the opportunity to talk about Resolution 2022-45, supporting the constitutional right.
Could you give us your name and address for the
I'm
record,
sorry.
please?
I'm Sybil Castro-Curry from Nikiski, Alaska, the beautiful state of Alaska. So basically, our beautiful constitutional state of Alaska, Article 1, Section 8, in the last sentence, it says the power of grand juries to investigate and make recommendations concerning the public welfare or safety shall never be suspended. So all issues with public welfare and safety shall never be suspended. That is in the Constitution. So, and we also have the Alaska statutes, which are the laws. So the Alaska statutes 12.40.0.30, 12.40.0.40, 11.56.590 all have to do with juries. So the 1240.040 says juror to disclose knowledge of crime if an individual grand juror knows or has reason to believe that a crime has been committed that is triable by the court, the juror shall disclose this to other jurors who shall investigate it. This is in regard to the freedom of a jury to independently call forth an investigation. So this is the Constitution of Alaska, and this is a wonderful, wonderful preamble. We, the people of Alaska, grateful to God and to those who founded our nation and pioneered this great land in order to secure and transmit to succeeding generations our heritage of political, civil, and religious liberty within the Union of the States, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the state of Alaska. So I just want to tell you, I was born and raised in a socialist country, and I am an immigrant and a citizen of the United States, and I love America, and especially Alaska. And it says we as Alaskans have one of the finest state constitutions found in America. This Constitution provides us with a framework for state government and serves as an excellent guide for us all to become informed citizens. However, it is only through understanding and implementing the articles of the Alaska State Constitution that it will be beneficial aid to all the people of Alaska. The Alaska State Constitution was created to do three things: create a mechanism for government, set the limits on what government can do and how it can be done, in a distribution between the powers of federal, state, and local governments. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
I'm sorry, could you spell your last name real quick, just so our clerk can?
C-U-R-R-Y.
C-U-R-R-Y, okay.
Thank you.
And do you have any, I love your shirt, by the way, that was, I think you sort of,
Thank
great
you, Mayor.
advertisement for our country. Do you, Councilmember Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Thank you, Sybil, for coming and testifying. So you stated that you are originally from another country. So can you explain to me what your Constitution, your American constitutional rights mean to you, and making sure that you are protected with those rights? Can you just tell me what that means to you, since you've had a very different experience than most, and you've came through the process to be a legal citizen of America, and you've been an outstanding citizen for years, giving back, serving our country. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Well, the American Constitution is unique. There is none such thing in the whole world, okay? As you can see what's going on in Canada right now. People say, oh my God, look what's happening. Well, Canada was never a free country. Canada is still under the British Crown. And remember, in 1776, our brave forefathers fought independence against that particular crown. That's why we have this beautiful country. And it's yeah, it's truly the best. I served in the military and was a police officer, and the Constitution means to me my life, my freedom, raising the kids, speaking freely, freely worshiping my God, freely communicating with others, and peacefully, raising your family. So that's
Councilmember Ware,
Beautifully said, thank you.
thank you.
Councilmember Sonart.
I would like to thank both ladies, Queen and Sybil, for speaking tonight and for presenting. And it's just heartwarming to see fellow patriots that appreciate and love our Constitution and just the respect you have for it. I think it's become diminished, unfortunately, in our society right now, and as something archaic, something that needs to change and evolve with the times. And it's like, no, it's a living document. It can very well surf through several more decades and centuries, in my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sonard. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and thank you, my esteemed council members. I'm from Nikiski, so
Councilmember next.
Sybil, since we've got you in here,
Henry,
you're
one
just,
of the best pilots.
we've got a lot of flying together, but you're one of my most colorful friends, and you're very sincere, and I appreciate you. And but you also, I know where you came from and where you're doing, but you also were in the military in the United States. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to Resolution 2022-45? Anybody online?
No hands raised.
No hand raised. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Maybe Council Member Sonart or Petty can give a opening. Councilmember Petty.
I know that back in March, we had a gentleman that came and spoke to us about the grand jury. I remember from my civic classes in high school how important it is for our Constitution and the safeguard of the jury. And oftentimes we forget that not only are we supposed to judge the crime, but we're also to judge the law. And I wanted to put forth this to protect our freedoms and to reemphasize the value of the documents of the Alaska Constitution and the U.S. Constitution, and that those should never be forgotten, because that's the cornerstone of our freedoms, so that we have the privilege to speak freely and safeguard our freedoms from the government. And I sit up here as a council member as part of that government, and I'm working to serve and do a duty to protect our freedoms, and that's one of the reasons that I brought this forth and wanted to ask my fellow council members to sincerely consider approving this, so as to safeguard each of our individual rights and freedoms, not only for ourselves, but for many generations to come.
Councilmember Sonart.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. As Councilmember Petty said, we had a presentation from a gentleman in March, and he left us with paperwork, documentation, and it took me a while to get through it all, and then I got through it all a second time. And I took the time to sit down and read not only his documentation, but the Alaska Grand Jury Handbook. I never thought to look through it. I've done jury duty, but not grand jury duty. And I read through that, and I actually looked at 3 different editions. The original edition from decades ago, and then it was amended in the 80s, and then it was amended in the 90s, and then the one we have now. The one we have now is watered down from the original grand jury book. It's, and I sat there, and as I absorbed this and I processed this, I was trying to think back to when I was a student. I mean, this was decades ago when I had U.S. history and government, and I realized I never really had a high school civics course. I had high school history, and we had a civics unit within that history class, and I was trying to remember back to that civics unit, and I pretty much remember all the basic stuff. But I don't remember anything particular to the grand jury. And what this reading and research did for me, it opened my eyes and it made me realize that the grand jury is there to be the judicial arm that is closest to the people. Whereas the courtrooms and the lawyers and the judges, even the Supreme Court, those have to be accessed through the proper channels, through the chain of command. But the grand jury is supposed to be accessible by any person. And it's been lost here in Alaska. We can access our grand jury, but then they get shut down by the attorney generals and by judges. And so they're not being able to do, yes, they're doing what the courts tell them to do or what the courts tell them to investigate. But as we heard these ladies read from the Alaska Constitution tonight, that the grand jury itself is supposed to bring forth investigations on their own. And attorney generals and judges are not supposed to dampen that process. But that process is, or dampen or stomp out, is being stomped out. And this is one of the reasons I brought this resolution forward, is because I would like to see the grand jury return to being the judicial entity that is closest to the people. Because it's all about checks and balances. You can't have a representative government that's going to operate and work for you if the checks and balances aren't there. And right now, it's way out of balance. And anyway, I hope my other council members will consider this. And yes, to a certain extent, it's a paperwork maneuver. But yet, it's going to send a message to the different judicial layers and legislative layers that we have here in the state, that the city of Kenai supports not only the grand jury, but supports the Alaska Constitution of what the grand jury is supposed to be able to do. And right now, they're not being able to do what they are supposed to be able to do. And that hurts all of us. Not just the people who are involved in the cases that may or may not come in front of them. It hurts all of us. Because without a fair judicial system where any citizen can approach with an issue or a problem, then the whole process just becomes pernicious. And all of us lose. All right, thank you.
I do have a question for either of the sponsors. Is this, just for the folks out here, is this a reaffirmation of what's in state law or Constitution?
Yes.
Thank
Our
you.
Alaska Constitution says that grand juries have the right to bring forth investigations of their own volition, their own choosing, and not just to hear the cases brought forward by a judge or a yes. So yes.
A reaffirmation of what
It is a
what we have.
reaffirmation.
Thank you very much. Councilman Warrior.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm very much familiar with this this case, this situation. I worked with this entity through working with borough representation. We've had countless meetings, myself with Mayor Pierce and about 4 other borough assembly members well before this had came forward to the borough. The borough did pass almost mimicked similar resolution, and then it was also passed in Homer. With that being said, my concern would be in this, is this a state federal issue or is this a city issue? That's one of the things I've heard. Reaching out to representatives, they understand our intent behind it, but what they would have liked to have seen and what I had told this individual is I would like to work with our legislators, our representatives on actually change to the law. and bringing forth a resolution that would be in support of it. Now, this individual is working with Representative Ben Carpenter, so we will see more coming out in the future from Ben Carpenter regarding this matter. I would have liked to have done a resolution, and this is what I told the individual. They just did not have time to wait, and they pursued it with other members of the body. I would have liked to have done a resolution in support of what Ben Carpenter would be bringing forth, and I think that would have put a lot more power and weight behind this and actually seeing something come to light. And as much as I would have liked to see that process happen, it was not how things happened. I also think it gets a little hairy when we have somebody come in from the Funny River area or Sterling or Nikiski, and we start sponsoring resolutions on their behalf and not necessarily our own constituents in our city. Is this going to be, are we going to be continuing to pass resolutions for people that don't necessarily reside in our city? And I think that can get to be a little hairy stepping. But with all concern aside, I will be supporting this. I think this is a good step. I do fully support our constitutional rights. We heard from Ms. Sybil here what those mean to her, and I totally agree. I mean, I wouldn't want your rights or my rights trampled on, and I do think we've seen that in many different cases here. I would have just liked to have seen a resolution supporting what our legislators are going to be doing, but that can always come at another future time. And that is something I've talked to them that I'd be willing to work with. I don't know if you ladies were ever made aware of that, but there could be another resolution coming forward that would kind of attach onto what you guys have started, which would be supporting what Mr. Carpenter is going to be bringing forth on this behalf of the gentleman. So with that being said, I will be supporting this today. I do support our rights. I think that's one thing that we're seeing more and more, our rights being trampled on or washed down through interpretations, through changes of handbooks, changes of procedures and process. As you've pointed out, since the 80s, there's been a lot of washing down on that. And I will be supporting this. I just would have liked to have done it with a little bit more grit and teeth by supporting our legislators. Thank you.
Councilmember next, Don.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this. It's, you know, in law, I mean, it's always changing and it's developing, and there's always room for some improvement. You know, and I think it's for our state legislators to come up with the possible rule changes, because that's what they're elected to do. Also, you know, I certainly am not an expert. I was on federal grand jury duty for a year and a half, so kind of have an idea on some of the things that were permissible and not. But you know, both sides have some rights, and just because somebody claims something, and maybe I'm going off too far here, you know, that they know of a wrong, that maybe my neighbor has bodies buried in their backyard under the roses, for example. Just something awful like that. Well, I could stand up at you know, we're kind of saying we take it literally, then the court has to investigate and go onto this person's property and figure out if that's true. Well, if there's no substantial true evidence to support that or something else, then I believe that the court, through legal process, would not further an investigation on it at a request. So there are limitations. It's not everything that somebody might want to do. Or claim that is true, that may or may not be. So but that's a legal question, and that's beyond me. I'm not an attorney, and really it's beyond us. I think the only attorney we have is Scott here. And but at any rate, I will support the resolution as written as it is. But certainly, just wanted to point out that there are some limitations out there as to what jurors or the court can do legally.
Vice President Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, I believe the concept of the grand jury has its root in English common law. It was established as a counterweight or counterbalance to the authority and power of the king, where they weren't even citizens and just members, people inhabiting England could raise their concerns. It might even be something, as Councilor Naxted outlined, but at least their voice could be heard. There'd be some resolution. There'd be some power going forward. Based on that concept, I too will be supporting this. I'm troubled by the idea that it's probably a state federal thing, but yet we have court right in this town, and our citizens could be impacted by this. I would like to see what our legislators come up with, and I think this is meant to instruct them. This resolution, I'm just assuming. I should have asked the question when we had testifiers, but I think that's the thrust of it. I think it's part of a step of a multiple phase process. I have some of the same concerns, but yet over time, I have been here 50-some years, and then there's been several cases that I do recall where maybe the grand jury's voice was throttled, altered, or not allowed to voice itself in the manner and the way the grand jury was intended to be. So with hopeful heart, I will be supporting this resolution with the mental reservation that I think is a state federal issue, but I'll trust our legislators to come up with a proper solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Under section 1 of the ordinance, or the resolution rather, the last line there says, I'm sort of like the intent of where we're going here. The council requests the legislature enact legislation that provides an adequate mechanism and procedure under state law to provide for independent grand jury investigations pursuant to what's in the Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution of the State of Alaska. So I think that's sort of the direction. I guess, for my comment, I would just maybe suggest, and I do support this as a reaffirming of what we have right now, but ask the sponsors, the legislature has adjourned, and we've got elections coming up this fall. We don't know who our representatives will be, but reach out to them and maybe go so far as to encourage them to pre-file ahead of the next legislative session. So that would be my comment. Any further comments? Councilmember Baisden.
I'd ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution 2022-45 is adopted. So that brings us back to item D2, ordinance number 3290-2022, authorizing the return of funds remaining from completed or canceled capital projects to the general, airport special revenue, and water and sewer special revenue funds. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to enact ordinance 3290, 2022.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3290-2022? Seeing none, we'll bring back to council. Comments from council? Vice Mayor Glendinning.
Yeah, just for those who are still listening on the radio at home, this is just a reverse sweep. This is just gathering up unspent funds that will be applied to the proper source. Am I saying that in a true and general sense?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendinning. Yeah, these are funds that are in capital project funds that are no longer needed, either completed projects, generally completed projects. So they're being, those funds are then being returned to the fund that they originally came from. In this case, general fund, airport special revenue fund, and water and sewer special revenue fund.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glendinning.
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden.
Yes.
Councilmember Sonar.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Councilmember Nexted.
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3290, 2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, item D3, ordinance number 3291-2022, accepting and appropriating private donations to the Kenai Community Library for the purchase of program equipment and library materials. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nexted.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to enact ordinance 3291, 2022.
Second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3291-2022? Seeing and hearing none, right back to council. Comments from council? Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yeah, just for those at home, then this is basically pass-through funds. Is that correct, Mayor Gabriel?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendening. These are donated funds that now need to be appropriated.
Exactly, thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Baisden.
Yes.
Councilmember Sonar.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Councilmember Nexted.
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3291, 2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Next up, we have ordinance number 3292-2022, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations in the general fund and public safety capital project fund to provide supplemental funding for the fire department flooring replacement project. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Nexted. Oh, Councilmember Baisden.
I moved to enact ordinance 3292, 2022. I think he gave that to me for a reason.
Yeah.
Second that.
I guess because the floors are the same whenever I was there a long time ago.
And I usually try to defer aviation to Henry. Yes.
I was reaching.
So it's been moved and seconded. Does anybody from the general public like to speak to ordinance number 3292-2022? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Comments from council? Councilmember Baisden.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I might as well ask a question if I could to the fire chief or city manager. Are we epoxying the floors, safety stripes, that kind of stuff on the floor, Chief Pryor?
Chief Pryor.
This is to replace the old carpet that's in there with a tile, something that we can wax and keep cleaner. And the additional appropriation was needed because there's asbestos found for abatement to get rid of the glue in the floor.
Thank you. So I was thinking for apparatus floor. This is for your living space, correct? Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sonar.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Student Representative Thibodeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Winger.
Yes.
Councilmember Nexted.
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendening.
Yes.
Councilmember Baisden.
Yes.
You have 7 yes votes. Ordinance 3292, 2022 is enacted.
Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute Eddie's. back on the record, and just for the record, I did, our student rep, Silas Thibodeau, asked to be excused, so I did excuse him for the remainder of the meeting. Next up, we have item D5, ordinance number 3293-2022, amending the appendices to the Kenai Municipal Code to delete cemetery regulations, amending Title 24 Kenai Municipal Cemetery, or Title 24 Municipal Cemetery to include certain portions of the appended cemetery regulations and make other housekeeping changes, and adopting a Kenai Municipal Cemetery Regulations policy. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to enact ordinance 3293, 2022.
I second it.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance number 3293-2022? No one online? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to make a motion to postpone ordinance number 3293, 2022 to our next meeting, June 15th.
And I'll second that. There's a typo. Could we correct that now so they know that when they fix that, or do we want to wait till that point?
Is it a Scrivener's error? Can we?
Thank you. I think the intent of the postponement is to come back with a substitute so we can make all of those corrections in the substitute.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's moved on the floor. Councilmember Winger, do you want to speak to your motion to postpone?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I have quite a few amendments, and we could sit here all night doing multiple amendments. I believe there's other people that had, from my understanding, that have a few things that they would like to either amend or change. So if this allows us to bring forth a substitute amendment, and we could bring the substitute ordinance forward, and that substitute ordinance would have everything captured in it, and it would take far less time for everybody by looking at the one substitute ordinance. I spoke with the city clerk while we were on break, and she was okay with doing that so that we could capture some additional things.
Thank you. And for informational purposes, if we do postpone this, we'll be asking to postpone item D6 because they are companion ordinances. Any further discussion on postponement?
No, I totally agree with that. That's fine. It's just, if there's amendments, and there's amendments that the clerk's going to agree with, and there may be some that she kind of agrees with or not, but I hope that those would be amendments that would be just published as potential amendments, as opposed to something that is just changing the document itself. Would that be something, Kelly, that you anticipate doing? You know, if we had some that are iffy.
Ms. Sainer.
Thank you, through the mayor. The proposed amendments will be brought forward, and ultimately it's the council's majority decision what we adopt and establish for the cemetery. So they will be identified what's been changed throughout the document, and then the council can address them individually.
Yeah. So but getting back to that point, this would come back as a substitute ordinance.
Yes, and then
Yes,
it'd be up to the
very good.
council to
And
move
with
the
the-
substitute and then approve the substitute.
With the differences listed. Okay. Any further discussion on postponement?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, ordinance number 3293-2022 is postponed until our next meeting. Next up, item D6, resolution number 2022-37. Removing the moratorium on a purchase of standard cemetery plots for the sole purpose of reserving a cemetery plot not being used for immediate interment. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution 2022-37.
I'll second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance, or resolution rather, number 2022-37? Is there anybody online, Shelley? Nobody online, and nobody in chambers. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd like to make a motion to postpone resolution number 2022-37 to our next meeting on June 15th.
Second.
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-37 is postponed until our June 15th meeting. Next up, we have resolution number 2022-38, fixing the rate of levy of property tax for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-38.
Second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-38? Nobody online, nobody in chambers. Bring it back to council. Comments, deliberation from council. Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think council will find in their packet, there was a couple of memos that I requested from the finance director dealing with the mill rate and establishing at 4.35 mills and what it would look like per $100,000 for a property owner if the mill rate was reduced. And of course, I think everybody sees those memos and can make comments on them. The city has done a great job. I think the administration has done a great job with the budget. We have a fiscally sound savings account. We're doing very well. Sales tax has increased. Of course, we brought a lot of money in dealing with the situation with federal funds, and I would like to make an amendment that we set the mill rate at 4.25 mills, reduce it 1/10 of a mill.
What page is your memo?
The memo is on
56.
And I could just read into the record too what a 1/10 of a mill rate equates to. Based on the numbers that the finance director, the impact to the budget, the overall budget will be estimated at $93,390. Is that correct, Mr. Eubank? And the reason why I picked the 10th was to try to take it a small bat at a time because of the inflationary situation that we're in and dealing with the budgetary issues that, again, if we're still doing good over the next few years, we should look at it again and again. Everything that we have done this year, we've set up our capital projects in a good way. We've met the needs of the city. The only thing that I see that we have missed is our taxpayers and tried to give them back a little bit if we can.
Further discussion? Councilmember Naxton.
I think that one of the numbers that we didn't mention was, the theoretical $250,000 house and what that savings would be to an individual. And if you look at an individual house, it's $25, and the impact is really quite small to a homeowner. Myself being one, and but $93,000 reduction in the city income, even though we are doing very well, and I can't disagree with that. Costs of fuel, lots of things are increasing, things we don't have control of, and it concerns me to reduce it now with the uncertainty of certain costs that we have no control of, and if we had to increase it next year because of a decrease this year, I think that would be more of an issue. And I think during budget it was suggested that this reduction would be a symbolic gesture, but I think that the symbolic gesture of raising it is concerns me if I'm still here, and if we have to raise it back up, it will be seen completely differently. I'm inclined really right now just to leave what we have as it is. I don't see it as a burden on the homeowners. And,
excuse me, just real quick, was there a second to the, is that what you?
I'll second.
A second to the motion. Okay, so the amendment to lower the property tax point or 1/10 of a mill. Is that correct, Councilmember Basin?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No,
Okay.
I pretended he had a second, but I was done.
Okay. Any further discussion, Council Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councilor Naxted. We're coming into totally uncertain times. I watch financial markets myself and with my advisors, and we've even had discussions here that perhaps in the near future we'd have to go to a state revolving fund and borrow some money, even though it's 1.25%. We're having these discussions, and I think it would be prudent to just keep the mill rate the same as it is, and if next year we can see that that our financial situation has really improved, that justifies this, I would be inclined to support it. But right now, it's just an uncertain future, and it's important that we keep a stable cash flow to our city. And who knows, this money might provide for the sixth snowplow operator. Thank you.
I guess a question for the city attorney: do we need to claim a disclosure that we'll be receiving a financial gain if we vote in favor of this, if we own a property in the city of Kenai?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. As has been discussed, I don't think it's a significant financial matter, and it's something that affects all property owners, not just a segment of property owners. So I think you're fine all voting.
Very good. Just wanted to get that on record. Councilman Winger, Councilman Basin?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up, so, I've been in a situation like this before. In a previous job that reduced the mill rate a tenth of the mill over a 12-year span. It happened within 4 years in the oil and gas industry out north. And that mill rate is still lower. At this time, it was at 3 mills, and today it stands at 2.7 mills. I've seen it to where if you reduce it a little bit of time, you can take a piece of it. I would take a bigger piece out of it because we have a large savings account, and we shouldn't be holding taxpayers' money for what-ifs when it comes to the savings account whenever it's above our fund balance. So all we're doing is taking money. I would accept an amendment to take more of this, but I thought this would be a way to show that we are in a situation to where we're trying to give a little bit back to the taxpayer. They're the only ones that we have not addressed in this budget, in my opinion. So again, I've seen it before. I've seen it to where it can be successful if you do it a little bit at a time. But I'd be gladly, it don't have to be symbolic. We could drop it 2 or 3 tenths of a mil, and I would vote to support that, and we would still be in great shape.
And I guess for me, just for due diligence here for Mr. Eubank, would this affect our fund balance policy negatively?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, it will not negatively impact. What it is going to do is, as part of the budget adoption ordinance, council committed additional funds towards future capital projects. It will reduce that amount that is available to commit to future capital projects, but the city's fund balance will still remain at its maximum level. So it's not going to negatively impact the fund balance policy.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think we're just at a tricky crossroad right now. I mean, we've heard discussions that the city would be looking at possibly going out for a state loan in the future. We've also heard possibility in 3 years that we would have a property tax increase. We've also heard that there could be a sales tax increase in 3 years at 0.9%. So we keep hearing that we could be at this crossroad in the next 3 years of increasing things. And then, we're also giving prime land donations prime land for donation. So we're not retaining that back into our fund balance or anything. So, I mean, we're kind of not weighing things correctly here. But that aside, I do agree with Mr. Basin's point. We haven't done anything for the people and the taxpayers, and regardless, they shouldn't be held accountable for our decisions and what we do, and I will be supporting this.
Councilmember Petty.
I think that everything that we have done here tonight has affected our taxpayers. We have put forth a very prudent budget with efficiencies in it so that the services that the city provides are done in an efficient manner for our snow removal, for our safety opportunities, for our lovely airport, for the opportunities that we have over at the dog park, also the opportunities that we have for the Triumphant Theater, also the opportunities that we have given to the Boys and Girls Club, which will continue to give and give and give even after we're no longer here. So to say that nothing has been done for the taxpayers, I think it's been overlooked that every day that the taxpayers are served in our community. Thank you.
Further discussion? You know, I don't think of, oh, Councilmember Soner, I'm sorry, I see you reaching for your light there, but go ahead.
I was reaching for my light, then I was changing my mind. But thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm just considering both sides of this. Earlier this winter, when we had that pre-budget meeting here, we asked administration to design a budget to give the city employees a raise and to hold the mill rate as is. I had my doubts that they would be able to come back and meet those qualifications. And I was very pleasantly surprised during the budget hearings that we were able to accommodate our city employees with, I should know this off the top of my head, a 4.2 raise or something like that, and then a possibility of a $2,000 bonus down the road depending on sales tax. So I just thought it was outstanding that we were able to do that under the current economic situation. Whether or not certain price indexes reflect inflation, I hear this index says it's at 7%, I hear this index says it's at 8%. All I know is when I go to buy bacon and eggs at the store, it's doubled at 100%. Not 8%, not 7%, but I mean, it's expensive. So kudos, first of all, kudos to all the city admin who put together that budget and held the mill rate steady. That's excellent. We are in trying economic times. I remember the 1970s. I remember the gas lines. I remember the inflation then. And I think what we're seeing now, I think is going to probably be worse than that. But that's just my personal glass crystal ball there. So the conservative in me says, whoa, wait a minute, let's not move. Let's not change anything. Let's hold as is because we really don't know what's going to happen in the future. And to be honest, that is a conservative thought. So let's hold steady, let's hold the game as is, and see where inflation goes. Because if inflation really comes back on these price indexes as double digits, we're going to be facing with the budget that we've just passed. It's going to come back to us and ask for appropriations for this line item, appropriations for this line item because food costs more to serve at the senior center, because gas costs more to get snow out of the roads, same with the airport, et cetera. And so it seems odd to me that we would be talking about lowering the mill rate at this point when I thought it was fantastic we were able to do it as is without raising it. However, on the other side of the coin, I do know that people are hurting right now, and while it annoys me to have to pay that price for bacon, I'm blessed that I can still buy it. But I know, I see people in our community that are hurting, and while $25 to me is not going to make or break my household budget, but $25 for one of the caregivers that drives to my house, that would be a half a tank of gas for them. So to be honest, I'm torn on this because I see both sides of it. So if anybody can shed some light, I'd appreciate it, because I'd willingly forego $25 or $30 on my taxes. I mean, to keep things status quo because we don't know where things are going in the next year with this heavy inflation. And then on the other hand, there are people out there that are really, really struggling, and like I said, $25 for them when they're living nickel to dime would be a half a tank of gas to get to work in order to make that paycheck. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I was going to say, just before you beeped and lighted up, that I did struggle with this too. I'm still, trying to reconcile a lot of there was a lot of moving parts to this budget, and I'm going to save some comments later about, the administration's ability to do what they did. We were able to, we've been seeing, good sales tax revenue within the city, which has allowed us to do these budget projections of what our taking care of our infrastructure through our capital projects is very important to me, because those are common, held by everybody, citizens of the city of Kenai. So, to dial in and get to this point where we have a budget that addresses our 5-year capital projects needs is big. And what I'm hearing from Mr. Eubank is that, this could possibly affect that going down there. Not necessarily affect our ability to do it, but maybe draw down the fund instead of making projections on sales tax revenue or even the mill rate. I agree that, I think in this point, it's somewhat of a symbolic ordinance, because it, and it does allow that, and I get that. Believe me, I fought tooth and nail when we raised from 3.85 to 4.35, which was about 2014. I had, fought tooth and nail to not raise, because I didn't think we needed to at that time. But it kind of goes both ways. I think there's the stability of not having up and down, these, not say that you don't ever have to raise or lower or could lower the mill rate at any time. I get that, and I think, the borough, that plays into the question a little bit of what they do, because their mill rate affects our citizens also. So, again, I struggled, I think, with the same as you, Ms. Sonar, but at this point, I think, and I appreciate Mr. Basin's, sort of willingness to recognize that, but I think at this point, I'd like to see, where we're at, see if those sales tax revenues continue to, go the direction they're going, and I'd feel a little more comfortable maybe revisiting it next year at maybe even a higher level if we have a surplus due to sales tax revenue. So, further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty?
No.
Councilmember Winger?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxted?
No?
Mayor Gabriel?
No.
Councilmember Baisden?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glendenning?
No.
Councilmember Sonar?
No.
You have 5 no and 2 yes votes.
Next up, we have resolution number 2022-39.
Excuse me,
Oh,
that was just an amendment.
I'm sorry, that was the amendment. I'm getting rummy here. So we have resolution number 2022-38 before us. Any further discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-38 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2022-39, amending the comprehensive schedule of rates, charges, and fees to incorporate changes included in the FY 2023 budget to include adjusting airport fees, animal control fees, fire department ambulance fees, library fees, parks and recreation fees, city dock fees, water fees, sewer fees, senior center fees, and adjusting the monthly rental rates at finished point. Pleasure, council. Councilmember Naxted.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-39.
I second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2022-39?
No hands raised.
Nobody online, nobody in chambers. Bring it back to council. Comments from council?
I'd like to request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Vice Mayor Glendinning.
Not an objection. I'd just like to point out for those at home that the documentation in our packet is exquisite and explains very thoroughly the intent of what we're trying to do here. And should anyone have any questions, I would refer them to that. That ends my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Mayor Glendinning. I agree with you that these are well explained. Any further comments or objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-39 is adopted. Next up, resolution number 2022-40, approving the divestment of the city's interest in the deeded 30-foot public use easement lying along the north boundary of Lot 35, Section 6, Township 5 North, Range 11 West, Seward Meridian, Alaska, and determining the easement is not needed for a public purpose. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-40.
Second that.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2022-40? Seeing nobody, hearing nobody online and seeing nobody in chambers, bring it back to council. Comments from council. Councilmember Naxton.
A question for the city manager. I know this has gone through quite a process to get to here, but is that 30 feet, would that be not needed for dip net fishery? Or has it been vetted out that that's not necessary?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Nax said yes, it has. There's a plat that's in process that actually combines all these lots into one, which means that the necessity of having that easement for any access to those back lots is no longer necessary. So Kenaitze Indian Tribe purchased all those parcels combined into one. It's been a long, interesting process that we've gone through actually over the last 12 years or so to attempt to remove that. But this is the last final step to allow that plat to be finalized so that they combine all those and get rid of that easement that's just used to be on a lot line and now it goes through the middle of one lot.
Request unanimous consent.
Hey, Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just had a question for administration. I've been asked quite a bit what's being developed and built there, and I can't give any answers. Can you shed some light on what that project will be?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger, I don't know what is going to be developed there. My planning director might have some idea of what it is if there's been or Public Works if there's been a building permit issued, but I'm not aware of what's going to be constructed there.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on resolution number 2022-40? Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-40 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2022-41, authorizing renewal of the city's insurance coverage with the Alaska Municipal League Joint Insurance Association for July 1st, 2022 through July 30th, 2023. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2022-41. Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public? Oh, sorry.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilmember Petty. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2022-41 at this time? Nobody online, nobody in chambers. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Vice Mayor Glendinning.
Yeah, if we could just have a talk story on the savings and what we're about here. I know there's people in Radio Land that watch these sort of things, and if we could just have a 30,000-foot view explanation, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendinning. I'll give you the 10,000-foot view, and if that's not close enough, then Terry can get you closer than that. So essentially, this is a renewal of our insurance coverage through AML-JIA. The total net change increase for the year is just under $46,000, which is 7.31%. There is a caveat in the agreement that if it exceeds 10% year over year, we can terminate the agreement, but since this is under that 10%, we're proposing to renew with AML-JIA. And again, Terry can provide additional information if you need it.
Any further information requested, Vice Mayor Glendinning?
No, thank you. I think that lays out the theme and theory, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other, Councilman Winger?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'd just like to thank administration. I've previously in the past have voted no on the increased of insurance. I know that's really always kind of out of our hands, but listening to employees and the burdens that would cause, I'm just really happy to see that this rate came in at much lower, where we're not going to have to burden them with higher increases continuing. So I just would like to thank administration.
Yeah, I think so this, just for clarification, Council, or maybe Mr. Ostrander or this was for just our normal facilities coverage, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-41 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2022-42, authorizing contracts for employee health care and other benefits effective July 1st, 2022. And I believe this, Councilmember Winger, is the one you were referring to. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution 2022-42, requesting unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution 2022-42? Nobody online, nobody in chambers. Bring it back to council. Comments from council. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Glendening.
Again, the health insurance is always a hot-button issue. I appreciate maybe if someone from administration could just give us whatever height of view is required to explain to people in Radio Land what we're about and why these costs are as they are, and are they above expectation, below expectation? This type of thought. Thank you,
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendening. I'd let Terry speak to this one.
Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Glendening. I'll try to hit on all points of your question there. What this does is this allows the administration to renew our insurance coverage for employees with Premera Blue Cross. The renewal quote from Premera Blue Cross came in at a 4% increase over FY22 rates, which is still significant, but I will tell you it's one of the better renewals that we've received in my tenure here at the city. It is for a one-year renewal. It does allow us to terminate early if we chose to. I'm actively working with the city's HR director to look at some structural changes that would potentially become effective January 1 of 2023. That's an important alignment with some tax situations and some other types of vehicles that we'd like to take advantage of. So this is one of the better renewals that we've seen, you know, it's not only allowing for renewal with Premera Blue Cross, but with some of the other providers that the city uses. We use Unum Life for providing life insurance for employees and some other supplemental benefits, and an employee assistance program, which is a hotline where employees can call for mental health situations and things like that. So I think this is a very good renewal, especially compared to what we've seen in the past. We've been averaging around 10% renewal year over year, so 4% was welcome. But we are actively still looking at ways to offer employees options and make our health insurance for employees sustainable.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? I think unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Hearing none, resolution number 2022-42 is adopted. Next up, we have resolution number 2022-43, authorizing the city manager to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the State of Alaska Department of Natural Resources, Division of Forestry, to support spruce beetle mitigation and hazard fuel reduction. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution 2022-43.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2022-43? Seeing, oh, that's your cursor on the, bring it back to council. Comments from council? Councilman Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'll be fully supporting this. I, since the day I took my seat, have talked about the spruce bark mitigation. I have actively asked for slash disposal site for the last year and a half. I actually was told that it was not justifiable and not an expense that was justifiable. I wrote a resolution at that time to introduce, to get this to go forward, and was told that that wouldn't be needed because they were able to find these funds to pay for this. So I'm really happy to see that administration worked on finding additional funds and that this is going through. I just wish we would have had done it last year or had done it sooner. This will, I actually seen a truckload of debris actually being dumped down the escape route. So people are dumping slash. It is no issue. We cleaned up a bunch of dump slash last year. That's an expense to the city. I understand it's expensive for people to take multiple loads to Soldotna. So hopefully this will both encourage people to get out and firewise their properties, which is I think really what our intent is the people that are actively out firewising will relieve some of the burden and maybe encourage more firewising of property. I'm glad to see that administration came around and was able to find the funding for the spruce bark slash. I'll be fully supporting this. I just wish it would have came sooner, and hopefully people really take advantage of this in a proper way. I would hate to see contractors trying to dump anything, people hiding things in their loads. So I would just encourage people using this to do so within the guidelines so that it's not an abused program like it was previously. I think having a staff person will address a lot of those concerns that we had seen previously. But it's just great that we're going to have this, and I look forward to this. Do we know exactly when the opening date of that slash? Tomorrow?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilman Winger, it's scheduled to open tomorrow. I guess I'd have to defer to, I'm seeing Brad shake his head back there, so yeah, it'll be open tomorrow. So Thursday through Sunday, starting tomorrow.
Thank you. And then my only other question would be for administration. What are we doing to advertise this to the people of Kenai? Are we working in partnership for forestry to put something out on our behalf, as well as all of our avenues, our City of Kenai Facebook page, the fire department's Facebook page, our website? What are we doing? Are we going to run ads in the paper and the news? What are we going to do to advertise this for the people?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Winger. So we've talked about all those things, you know, that are certainly our Facebook page, our website. We have been in discussions with forestry, trying to get them to help us support with some marketing efforts as well. I know that the Parks and Rec Department will get it on their Facebook page as well. We had not discussed newspaper or radio, but I think that, you know, certainly the word will get out, and we're going to try to get it out as effectively as we possibly can. It is interesting that it looks like now that the borough is going to be propping up significant number of slash disposal sites as well, which should benefit us significantly in that I think that, you know, one of my concerns with this originally was that it might fill up very quickly with slash disposal from Nikiski, but it sounds like the borough is going to actually establish a site in Nikiski, which should help us extend the longevity of this, hopefully throughout the summer for our city residents. But again, we're going to try to get the word out any way we can, and I need to loop in with Tony and Brad to figure out, you know, what our plans are, but we definitely want to get the word out as much as possible.
And I was asked that too, and it was asked if it would be on our website, our city website, which I presumed it would be right away. So, Councilmember Winger.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was going to be a flyer made or something more than just a post that could be shared. I do know that the newspaper has a free community section, and I'm sure KSRM will cover it very well and share a flyer on their webpage on our behalf if we had something like a flyer to share, more than just a generic post. Thank you.
Well, I guess you looking at, and I'm glad to hear the borough's doing the same thing, because because this is open to all borough residents, excluding commercial operators. If we get to a point where, we could possibly be, inundated, and presumably this is just the slash, there's no rounds or anything like that, that would be allowed to be dumped, is that correct?
Mayor Gabriel, it can be anything, rounds or slash.
So would they, hopefully we'll separate, so people that wanted to grab the rounds could be able to utilize that for heating, wood burning stoves, things like that. But as far as the slash goes, the branches and things, if it gets to the point, I know that there's a really high temperature, like they look like a dumpster almost, that used a lot of times for like clearing land, burning stumps and things like that, super high temp, that it might be worth it to take a look at a rental to reduce the pile, manage it so we could still keep that going. Just a thought. Councilmember Basin.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor. So we have done that in the past. I know Chief Pryor will know what you're talking about. There was a contractor that we used for that. The only thing with it, it's the manpower and the cost of bringing them in to do that as part of this project. So that's the only thing that'll be continuing. I'm assuming probably city manager will have to go out to bid on something like that.
Mr. Ostrander.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. We did lean on the borough because they, of course, had a slash disposal site at the community, or the Central Peninsula landfill last year, and they looked at, I think they called it a curtain burner, that sort of thing to burn it. And in the end, they just ended up hiring a contractor to burn the whole pile. And that's what we're intending to do at this point. We will have to get equipment out there to manage the pile and consolidate the pile throughout the course of the summer. But the plans are to wait until probably late fall, early winter to burn the pile, and then wait till there's a good prevailing wind offshore and burn it. And that's going to be multiple days as well, but we're hoping to do it with our own staff rather than going out to a contractor.
Yeah, one of the things they did just down at Coho, they had a Coho pit down there that DOT managed for DNR, which was a slash spot. What they do at the end of the year was they do a trunk or treat for the kids, and they'd put a little pile out there and have a bonfire, which was kind of a neat community event. So except lemonade out of lemons, I guess, sort of deal. Any further comments on resolution number 2022-43? Oh, Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. In all this, I hear state and borough and city. Do I understand there is a nexus between the borough and the city's efforts? Some communication as to availability of an area to dispose of the slash and whatnot, or is it just parallel initiatives, basically in silos? Do we work with them, or is it just us on our own?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gable. Vice Mayor Glendenning. No, I received an email just today from the planning director at the borough talking about slash disposal sites. So we definitely do work with them. And this has been a collaboration with the state as far as the funding for this as well. So no, every agency around here is trying to solve the same problem, and anything we can do to help the others out, we're willing to explore.
Is there federal money also through the chair?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. There is federal money. There's supposed to be more coming out through the U.S. Forest Service. We did receive the federal money, the congressional designated spending amount during the federal omnibus of $385,000. We've just recently found out that is going to require a match of $385,000, which, I certainly earmarks that I'm aware of never have required a match in the past. It's been a long time since the federal government has done, I'm just going to call them earmarks because that's what they are. It's been a long time since they've done earmarks, so this is pretty unique. So what we're in the process of doing now is trying to determine whether there's other money that we can utilize for that match. We're hopeful that in the end we're going to have, as a city, over $1 million in grant funds to help with spruce bark beetle mitigation. I think it's going to take that and possibly more. But I guess that's a very long answer to yes, there are federal funds available and there should be more coming.
All right, and just put a capstone on this. This, of course, dovetails with our Firewise process that we have in our comprehensive plan, correct?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. Yeah, so it does. I mean, and you remember we adopted the Community Wildfire Protection Plan at the last council meeting, and that's really what's going to provide us guidance as far as the areas of the city where mitigation should occur. And Tony can speak to that better than I can probably if you want more information, but that's going to be kind of that's going to be our guidebook as far as how these funds should be utilized to make sure we're protecting the community from wildfire as much as we possibly can.
If I may, just one more time, since it's a hot issue and we're live through the chair, if we could get maybe some explanation of emphasis of this program. Are we going to go through gullies that might transfer flame? Are we going to be in rural areas? Are we going to be around city buildings? Are we going to be in subdivisions? These type of questions. Thank you.
Chief Pryor through Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, through the city manager. Yes. So we've identified in that community wildfire protection plan all different areas, gullies being one of them. And the initial one to make a direct impact on the public is the slash disposal sites. And as you talked about with the borough as a whole, when we did the whole plan, slash disposal sites were one of the direct impacts initially for everybody. So that's why probably the borough is initiating those. But the gullies are some of the next ones that we've identified, and Beaver Loop. So those corridors that are directly in relation to the urban interface is what we're trying to attack first. So I've met with Brad, and we've kind of tried to figure out a way that we can basically take care of two projects at the same time. So mitigating everything in there, but yet making that accessible to the public for some trails and stuff that go in there at the same time. So we're trying to do the best we can to make the money stretch as far as we can. The second project that we are intending to put in for is those gully areas. So the first one is the slash disposal site, but the next one we'll be actually submitting for is funding through the same agency to do that, and working directly with them to provide some contracting services or looking at different ways to mitigate those areas. But yes, like the city manager spoke to on our section of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, it identifies in that section of the city of Kenai all of those different areas and the things that we want to do to make everything fire-wise within our city.
And then how can we say, the seasonal constraints of the program, this can go into the winter, correct? And maybe, I don't know, even in the deepest snow, I don't know how the equipment is set up, but it will go past when the leaves fall.
And that's correct. And the best time for the ground that we have for them to get at some of that area is in the winter. And so they want to do that. And some of the crews that we may be able to utilize through forestry are busy in the summer months and they can't get to it. But in those off seasons or the bordering seasons early in the spring or late in the fall, to keep their individuals working, we can team up with them and have them come in and start doing the fallings and some of the mitigation, because remember, we don't want to be truly falling all of these and taking care of them in the middle of the beetle season, which is April through the end of August. So those are the critical seasons that everybody wants to get everything done, but is another timeline that you really don't want to be transporting a lot. So having that collective site that we're catching everything at is the best opportunity we have for everybody that's doing everything at their home. And so when we go into the next project of looking at that, it may be in the fall time when we're looking at having those crews and mitigating those gullies and Beaver Loop corridors and the other areas.
Very good, thank you.
Councilor Basin?
Thank you, Mayor. And the Vice Mayor said this was a hot topic. I think did you say that on purpose?
He did.
I don't
think so.
I just want to make sure, since this topic is out there, if you're listening to this and you're relying on government to protect your property, you're going to be sadly mistaken when it happens. We've been 18 days now without rain. If this fire chief gets a wind event here in the next few days and you haven't already been proactive in your property, there is nothing that they can do for you. So all these efforts that you're going to see from the government is never going to be enough to fix this problem. So in this line of conversation, we need to make sure that everybody out there that's listening to this is taking the proactive steps to protect their own property, because when these resources are needed, all you have to do is go back, 25 years to the valley when 400 homes burned down, and I was involved with that fire. It's never going to be enough. And we're in a situation down here on this peninsula to where it's a candle just waiting to light off right now. All you have to do is look at all the strands. And I'm telling you right now, if you think that the federal government, state government, and this city is going to save these properties, it can't be done at this point. We can help, we can make some little difference, but it's only going to be a small difference.
Yeah, and I've had people ask me about the same thing, if money will be available for private property owners, and my point to them is almost exactly what you said. I would not wait for that, that they need to be proactive to clear this fuel, because it's, and it's growing and growing more every day. It's amazing, just in the past year, it seems how much more we have, and then how much more we've had than 2 years ago. So it's certainly growing. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think I put Firewise Your Property a little sweeter than James did, but ultimately he's right. One thing I didn't hear mentioned was the section of land that runs, I don't even know what that track would be called. The section of land that runs behind the airport and the woods that butt up to both Birch, Woodland, and Inlet Woods. So when I worked at Office of Emergency Management in the beginning of the year, we'd come back in and we'd put on the board where we think the first fire would be. And that would be the second location picked next to East End Road. And then we would pick where the first flood would be, and that, we always pick on Seward, that's a given. But that is an identified high fire hazard risk. So if you live in Woodland, you live in Inlet Woods, Birch, that property butts right up to that gully that's full of dead trees. Your properties butt right up to that huge, massive land chunk. I know when we took the Kenai Aviation flight out, all you can see are red dead trees as far as you can see out there. So I really, not to scare people like James did, but if you're in those specific neighborhoods, you really should be clearing your properties. And it's not just the dead trees, it's the dead stuff on the ground. A lot of people don't realize once they drop it, it's not safe just leaving it on the ground either. I've had people say, well, I dropped all the trees. They're laying all over around my house on the ground. That isn't firewising just because you cut them down. So you got to really make sure you remove them. But, really, there are 3 major neighborhoods in our community that butt up to a major fire concern. And so if you reside in those, I would definitely suggest to Firewise Your Property as you drive through Woodland. There's houses that have 30 dead trees all around their house, and cedar shakes shingles. So they don't stand a really good chance in a fast evacuation. Like James said, we haven't had any rain. There's a Firewise protocol, Ready, Set, Go. If you don't know what Ready, Set, Go is, you really need to familiarize yourself with that. And I would suggest just making sure you're prepared if you do have to evacuate. Funny River, I think, was a good eye-opener on how fast they had to evacuate. They didn't have plans in place. A lot of people were trying to get valuables, important documents. So it really is important. Myself, I have all my important documents in one folder in my safe, so I can grab it and go as I need to. So making sure that you're able to, if there is an evacuation ordered in our city, it's going to be a fast evacuation. If that area were to ignite, it would be really problematic for a lot of people. And we got to think, too, we have an assisted living center in that area, too, that's going to take more to evacuate. I know for me, we have a lot of elder neighbors. Maybe if you're able to get out with a chainsaw or have teenage kids or know somebody, get out and help a neighbor, because not everybody can physically actually get out and remove trees, is the sad part. So I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on what James said, because we do have some very high potential fire hazard risk. I'm going to lead into a question for Mr. Pryor on that. Is that area in the target, and where does that sit in this plan for attacking and clearing at least the city properties?
Chief Pryor through the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger. that is our number one after the slash disposal site of our main area that we want to target is that gully in between Forest and Spruce that goes all the way up into Woodland subdivision, all the way down to the beach. So spreading from that is one of the major ones that we're looking at. Also, the next one after that would be Beaver Loop because it has the highest amount of urban interface in both of those areas.
Thank you very much for working on this. I appreciate it, and I'm sure the residents do as well. So thank you.
Further discussion on 2020, Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Just one question. Is there a prospect of relief for elderly or disabled people? I've cleared all my trees, so I won't apply, but maybe people who can't physically get out and do something, or disabled folks that have no way out and don't know what to do.
Chief Pryor through the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning, right now, that there's not an avenue yet on that. So again, what we can do for city property is the main areas that we're targeting. So I think as Councilmember Baisden said, individuals owe it to themselves to do what they can right now. We're doing the best we can with the funds and the people we can, but we can't deal with everybody's personal property right now. We do have the avenue again with opening the slash disposal site. For what you do get down, we have a place for you.
Yeah, just thank you. And I just want to recognize that there are people that if they wanted to, they could, they just can't. And we should have that in our view. Thank you.
Councilman Winger.
Thank you. I forgot to ask, probably a question for administration. Will we continue efforts like we had through Parks and Recs on removing trees, like the dead one in front of the library, the few remaining in the cemetery, and the ones directly around parks or trails? Are we going to be doing Parks and Recs removal for those?
Mr. O'Center.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Winger, yeah, both Parks and Rec and streets will be continuing to take down some city trees, primarily around our city facilities. Also, potentially around some hazard trees that are hazardous for private property that actually are on city property. We'll be looking to take some of those down as well. So yeah, we'll have an active program with both Parks and Rec and streets. The scope of that compared to last year, I don't know what it is right now, but we will be actively taking down trees.
Thank you.
Further discussion on resolution 2022-43. I believe you announced consent was requested. Councilmember next then.
Just waiting.
Oh.
I do appreciate the administration working on this, and I don't believe that the administration just came around to dealing with this. It's been something that you've been working on for quite a long time, and you've told us that, and that's much appreciated. But the grants like this, sometimes it's clear it comes from like the library, something like that. Is this the fruit of our grant writer, the work that person is doing? And maybe just the broad question is, when we get these grants, it's nice to know if the grant writer had input or did most of the work or something like that for you.
Mr. O'Center.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Naxted. So actually, Chief Pryor was the one that worked with forestry and identified this as an opportunity. And I will say that, that we looked at slash disposal sites, and I was hesitant about pursuing it because I was concerned about using general fund dollars and then, having the disposal site fill up with residents that were not residents. I did have a meeting with Councilmember Winger and had drafted a resolution for this actually to use general fund monies, but in the interim between starting work with Councilmember Winger and then I reached out to Chief Pryor, he identified this grant in that time period and was able to pursue it, which is why I was able to put this in place without the resolution that Councilmember Winger had requested.
Further discussion on resolution 2022-43.
Request unanimous consent.
Did you have a comment, Councilmember Petty? I just saw you over late. Okay, going once, going twice. Unanimous consent was requested. Any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-43 is adopted. Next up, we have Resolution 2022-44, approving the execution of a lease of airport reserve lands using the standard lease form between the City of Kenai and Swanson Properties, LLC, on Lot 6, Block 5, General Aviation Subdivision Number 1, amended. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Daxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt Resolution 2022-44.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to Resolution number 2022-44? See nobody online and nobody in chambers. We'll bring it back to council. Comments? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes, just a comment. I see here that the lease term is 9 years. That's an odd number. Could it be that that timeline on this lease would allow alignment or harmonization of another lease that the Swanson Properties LLC has? Or is it, I don't know. I need maybe some education here. Thank you.
Mr. O'Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning. Yes, the 9 years was requested by Swanson Properties so that it aligns with another existing lease.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2022-44 is adopted. Next up, we have item G3, action approval, executing an amendment to this facility management agreement with the Kenai Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, Inc., to extend the current agreement to June 30th, 2023. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the city manager is authorized to extend the facility management agreement for the Kenai Visitor and Cultural Center facility for 1 year and a termination date of June 30th, 2023, and all other terms and conditions of the agreement remain in full force and effect.
I'll second.
This is an ordinance resolution, so we have any discussion on the motion to approve? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yeah, I thought I caught in the verbiage that this is just an extension of an existing understanding, and it will be as business as we have done in the past. Is that correct?
Mr. O'Shannon?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. Yeah, so this is an agreement that allowed 2 successive 1-year terms. This is the first of those 2 successive 1-year term extensions. So this is the same agreement. All the other terms and conditions remain in place as they did last year. You can see there has been a change in the amount that's paid annually for the services. It now includes $110,125, which is an increase of 4.88% over the last one based on the annual CPI for Anchorage, which is what the contract specifies.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we're executing an amendment to the facility management agreement with the Kenai Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, Inc. to extend current agreement to June 30th, 2023 is approved. Next up, item G4, action approval, approving official bond amounts for city manager, city clerk, and finance director. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
Mayor, I think there was a recommended verbiage for this. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, let me pull that up.
I'm not seeing it. I don't think we have it in there. Oops. Okay. Okay. There it is. I was looking for something a little more that jumped out at me. I respectfully request a motion approving $100,000 as the prescribed bonding amount for the city manager, city clerk, and finance director positions respectively for fiscal year 2023.
Second.
Second that.
Maybe, Mr. O'Shannon, can you give us a little overview on this for clarity?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I actually let Terry Eubank speak to this.
Very good. Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in section 4-3 of the city charter, it requires that annually council establish the bonding amounts for the city manager, the city clerk, and the finance director. I believe in charter it actually refers to maybe as the city treasurer, but it's inferred as the finance director. When we go out and look to secure these bonds, we can purchase bonds providing $100,000 of coverage for each of the positions for about $360. The city's general liability coverage through AMLJIA provides $500,000 for employee dishonesty coverage, covers all city employees. So because of once you go past $100,000 in bonding, those policies get significantly more expensive. The recommendation is to establish the bonding amount at $100,000, which in fact would provide $600,000 when coupled with our AMLJA liability policy for employee dishonesty for those three positions.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Question unanimous consent?
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the official bond amounts for city manager, city clerk, and finance director are approved. Next up, we have a discussion scheduling a Board of Adjustment appeal hearing. So, let me pull this up here. So it looks like the 45-day end date is Saturday, July 9th, which extends to July 11th.
Can we schedule anything in June so we could try to keep our July as of now free of appeals and extra meetings?
Yeah, I mean, we've got one scheduled for June 20th, I think, right now. Mr. Bloom has his.
Yeah, I was just gonna let council know that I'll be likely in Bristol Bay for the first part of July, so if you schedule it, then I'd have to hire outside counsel, which is fine, but just wanted to let, I'm free in June, but not the first part of July.
Can we have more than, so we've got one scheduled for June 20th, correct?
Correct.
Can you have more than one?
We can. What's the one for?
The June is the denial of the livestock permit,
Okay.
and June 20th at 5 p.m.
What's your thoughts on doing one on the same day, Mr. Bloom? We're doing two on the same day.
I think it's fine as long as I would probably schedule like 2 hours for the first one, and
Okay.
then, you know, so that the other people don't have to come here and wait. We can give them a time to show up.
June 20th at 7 p.m. Is that agreeable?
Let's get this done and keep our July open.
I would
if
prefer,
possible.
yeah, July gets rough for me too, so, yeah, I would be amenable. So it looks like we got June 20th at 7 p.m. Next up, we have committee commission reports, Council on Aging.
Thank you, Mayor. Trying to find June here. Council on Aging has their next meeting on the 9th at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Airport Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. The Airport Commission will be June 9th here in council chambers at 6 o'clock.
Harbor Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. The Harbor Commission will meet on Monday, June the 6th.
Thank you, Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Parks and Recs will be meeting here tomorrow in chambers at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Planning and Zoning met here on the 25th in Chambers at 7 p.m. And they had a public hearing, a resolution PZ 2022-12. It's an application for a rezone of parcels in Basin View subdivision, Ames Road and Beaver Loop Road from RR1 to a rural residential one. This was passed. I see here. Yes, it was passed, and it will be coming our way. I think It's up to administration to schedule it. I ask that they not put it on for tonight because of our heavy schedule. But this involves a rezoning of properties along Ames Road and Beaver Loop Road, and it's a consortium of neighbors that have put this together across multiple subdivisions, and there are some who object, some who don't, and as usual with this type of issue, friendships can be strained. There was an unfinished business action approval to recommend the City Council enact Ordinance 328722, and it passed with a majority vote. And there was some new business action approval recommending the City Council approve resolution number 2022-XX to record a document divesting the city's interest in a deeded 30-foot public easement lying along the north boundary, Lot 35, Section 6, Township 5 North, Range 11 West, Seward Meridian, and I believe that's been taken care of. And next meeting is the 8th of June. Thank you.
Thank you, Beautification Committee.
This Saturday, June 4th, is Planting Day with the city from 10 a.m. until 12 noon. And then following that at 12:30 p.m. at the fire station, they are hosting a barbecue for all the planters.
Under Mini Grant Steering Committee, there is no report. On the report of the mayor, I do have a few things. First of all, I want to thank Vice Mayor Glendenning for covering me at the Memorial Day ceremony at the Leaf Hansen Park. And I hope you'll have a report on that when we come to your comments. And this is one I always try to attend. I had a nephew that got married during that weekend, so wasn't able to make it. But I just want to say that I do appreciate the efforts of our armed services, the men and women that serve our country so bravely, and the idea behind that is always, that day in particular, is to recognize the deep commitments and sacrifices that not only individuals have made, but entire families, and I think you represent it very well, Councilman or Vice Mayor Glendenning. I appreciate that. The wedding that I was at, my nephew married a girl from India, and so it's a Hindu wedding, which is a 3-day event. It goes pretty much all weekend. It was very interesting. It was very fun. And there was like 500 people there at this event, and so it was very interesting to sort of witness that culture and the traditions that they have when they marry. It was everything from like uncles wrestling each other. It was interesting. Let's just say that. But one other thing I want to go into, and I want to throw this out to council, because I was made aware of a conversation that one of our counselors had with one of our contractors that I felt was inappropriate. And I'm not saying that there was a law broken or code violation or anything that violated code, but certainly that's something that I wouldn't approve of, and wouldn't take that tack, and think that when you look at what we have for our body, we have no way of we police ourselves. We're a body that says, we sort of set the standard of what we think is or what we hope, I guess, would be an appropriate conduct for members of the body. There's really nothing in code that speaks to this sort of thing, and nothing that would allow us to kick a member off the body. But I think that there's got to be some level of public trust here, that if somebody felt that from the public that they had a complaint against a council member, that they had an avenue to bring that forward for us to hear. I've given this a lot of thought. Believe me, I've been awake at night thinking about how to broach this, and wondering if there would be any idea, I guess, thoughts from council as to having an executive session, maybe not to discuss that, but to determine whether we should move forward with a process, I guess, more than anything, that would allow members of the public to, voice a concern or complaint against the council member that we would hear as a body and have, I know, like in the Senate and the Congress, they have rebukes and they have censorships, things like that, that are mainly symbolic, but I think it's important, is it to have that transparency and trust from the community. So it's something that I'll probably, I just wanted to, I guess, thoughts from, this isn't my decision, this is a decision of the body. Like I said, we're the ones that police ourselves, we're the ones that would provide that level of, transparency to the public. And it just, I'm going to throw that out and just would, at some point, we don't have to have a discussion, maybe it's a discussion item we put on the next agenda or move forward, but I'd like to hear from the body of what are we, where are we at? How do we sort of temper, and like I said, we're all elected by the citizens of Kenai, and the litmus test of how good you're doing, I think, is always the next election, right? Whether you get elected again. But I think in the interim, there's got to be some, and not to mention, believe me, I think there's people that would complain about the mayor, Brian Gabriel, about things that, I don't do or didn't do or things like that. But in this case, probably something that I thought was, inappropriate, and I don't want to litigate it here, but just wanted to see where the body stood as far as moving forward. So something that I wanted to put out on the radar, and with that, I'll move it over to administration reports, the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just wanted to put it on the record and bring it to the attention of council that the requested amendment that you had last night tonight from Kathy Romaine, the Senior Center Director, is really significant. Kenai Senior Connection had already committed $50,000 to help support Kenai Senior Services in our city. And they've got this large permanent fund that they've been building over the years, and their bylaws do allow them to take up to 5% of that. And the whole idea there is that they wouldn't impact the principal, but they can use it to peel off money to help support senior services. When Kathy originally brought this to Senior Connection, her resolution had proposed that they take out 4%, and that would have been equivalent to essentially $40,000 to bring the total support for this year to $90,000. Kenai Senior Connections felt strongly enough about this and supporting the senior center that they amended that and made it 5% for a total of $100,000 this year. So I just wanted to mention that on the record and reiterate the fact that this was really significant that Senior Connections did this, and really do appreciate that. As you know, the amount of money that the general fund is subsidizing the senior center has been increasing, and this helps reduce that significantly. So I just wanted to bring that up on the record. Also happy to announce, and most of you probably know this, but the GEO bond package has been put together by the borough, and included in there is $500,000 for the restrooms and concessions at Kenai Central High School. So super happy about that. Charlie Pierce, Mayor Charlie Pierce, and Superintendent Clayton Holland were very supportive of the project. I know there were other members of this body that helped as well, so it was a kind of a joint effort, and I'm just really pleased that got on there. Whether or not the GEO bond will pass, I don't know that, but the $500,000 is in there for something I think that the Kenai Central High School has needed for a long time. Today I actually met with Caleb Froelich, and he is the Senator Murkowski's chief of staff, and had a good discussion about the bluff, the spruce bark beetle mitigation, and needed projects, the ones that we're focused on. I know Public Works Scott Curtin has told you that he applied for a congressionally designated spending grant for a significant project, the wastewater treatment plant, $3 million to go towards the digester building. Really positive vibes from the chief of staff today as far as our chances of getting that. So that's great news for the wastewater treatment plant. So anyways, it's always good to meet with those folks when they're in town. I met with all the borough city managers on May 20th. That's always interesting. They actually came all the way from Valdez, so we had some that were off the peninsula too. Valdez, Homer, Seward, Soldovia, Soldotna, and we all met at the Soldotna Library for an afternoon there on the 20th, and it's always good to sit down with them and see that some of the same things they're dealing with in their cities are the same that we've got going on here. Employee Appreciation Party this Friday at 6 p.m. I know you guys are all aware of that. The Employee Appreciation Party Planning Committee, they always work really hard. I mean, they've been planning this for over 5 months. So they put in a ton of time and energy. Looking forward to it, and I hope to see all of you there on Friday. And then the last item, as always, is the Bluff Project, and I have no update right now other than the $6.5 million should be signed by the governor tomorrow. So the $6.5 million in the capital budget should be signed by the governor tomorrow, and that will put a nice little chunk of money together for us to get, hopefully be able to meet our match requirements. So that's all I've had, but I am happy to answer questions.
Any questions of the city attorney? Vice Mayor Clinton?
City Manager.
I mean, city manager, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Just some, going up the back trail here, a backstory. This bowling alley has serious code violations, and there are fees associated with those violations. How much money have we collected, if any, from that financial institution that owns it?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Vice Mayor Glendenning, I don't believe we've collected any to date. We have been in consistent communication with that financial institution, but what that restitution is going to be at the end, I don't know. And Mr. Bloom might know if we've collected anything to date, but as far as I know, we have not.
So just to follow up, so a bill is tolling? There is a demand made for code violations?
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. I don't believe we have. We understand that the property was supposed to close, I think, a couple weeks ago. They're looking for, they said they were going to delay closing a couple more weeks. As soon as the new owner takes over, I believe he's been in contact with our Public Works Director to demolish the building. So they're, in our code compliance efforts, our goal is not to collect money, but to remedy the violation. And in this case, it seems like the speediest way to remedy the violation is to get the new owner in to demolish the building. Probably if they delay one more time, we will begin, code violation procedures. But prior to that, it was the prior owner didn't have anything that we could take from them. They lost the property through foreclosure, and I can't remember, Paul, that foreclosure sale was this spring, wasn't it? Or maybe in the winter. Anyway, we've been following it with the idea that, our goal is not to hinder the future transaction, but to have the building demolished. And it seems right now that there's a serious buyer, and as soon as they take ownership, their plan is to begin demolition. They've applied for permits, I believe, or at least talked to Scott Curtin about getting those permits in place to begin demolishing the facility and to build a new building there.
Okay, I guess, do we have something in writing, or is it just an understanding? Is there a drop dead date for their delivering, for their deliverables on their promises?
Mr. Bloom?
We've been communicating with them via email, so we have their structure. Like I said, at this point, it finally seems like there's an end in sight, and we're just trying to work with them. I mean, if we place fines on it and put a lien on the property, I'm not sure that's going to benefit the city as much as just getting new ownership and getting it demolished.
So what you're saying is mitigate, don't litigate.
In certain situations, that's what I recommend.
I got a smile out of him, thank you.
Any further questions of the city manager? Vice Mayor Glendenning?
Yes, the land disposal program that we've been working on, is that in our view to look at? Or will it be some more time into the summer?
Mr. Ostrander?
And thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. We're hoping to bring that to you at the next meeting.
Okay, good. And then what I would ask is, we have capital projects now scheduled for this summer. If we could maybe just get a kickoff review of what started, what's going, what we're trying to do with the funds we've authorized, that would be good to have that report next meeting or the meeting after.
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. You know, Public Works Director Scott Curtin provides a really detailed mid-month report every month for the council that includes all projects that are active or are in design.
So this will be the next meeting when we'll have that result. Okay. And thank you. Just a comment here. You know, I see here where we had the Swanson Properties leased tonight, okay, and there was a broker opinion of value, and it showed, you know, quite a few properties around, but yet to this day we still do not know the value, broker opinion value or formal appraisal of the 2.09 acres that we just gave away. Is there a way we can find out what we gave away, or is it just there? If a broker gave it a broker opinion value, we should have a form similar to what we see on page 113, 115, 114, on and on. Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. So I guess I'd start with, you know, code doesn't require that we get an appraisal when we donate properties. And I did look back, and the last 4 donations, Kenai Peninsula Housing Initiative, the Triumvirate Theater, the Kenai Performers, and there's one other one that's escaping me. The last 4, none of them did we get an appraisal on, again, because code doesn't require it, and you know, administration doesn't incur cost if code doesn't require it. I mean, if council directed us to incur that cost, we could. I did get a broker's opinion of value on tract A. I got a broker's opinion of value from Glenda Feakin and Fred Braun. They worked together on it, collaborated. Their broker's opinion was $60,000 on tract A. You know, I had that information. I didn't think it was necessary to share that information, again, because the appraisal is not something that's required, but I knew that I did have it if it was necessary to provide that for the public.
And then with an appraisal, it also gives an approximate value of the surrounding properties. And tonight was mentioned a neighboring property that might, could be commingled with some remainder of the 2.09 acres for a development project. Was that property identified in the broker's opinion of value, or is it just focusing on the 2.09 acres?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Vice Mayor Glendenning. If we hired an appraisal on the property, it would have valued tract A only. It would not have valued the properties around it. What they do look at is comparables that are sales that are comparable, which would not be the properties that are around there. They need to be comparable in size, comparable in zoning, comparable in use, that sort of thing. So that wouldn't have provided additional information on the surrounding properties. The broker's opinion of value, the same way as an appraisal would have done, only provided an opinion of value on tract A.
Okay, yeah, the advantage we had with Triumphant is that they had a very nice prospect, very nice packet laid out, and we understand, you know, what they're trying to do, a footprint, and they have another year or so to have their deliverables. some of the properties that we had for, say, public housing. Very, very, very excellent architectural drawings, renditions. There was some platting done with our property. Very, very good information. Maybe even something as simple as a Habitat for Humanity. It's simple, you build a house and eventually it winds up on the tax rolls. I would just like to see in the future, should this situation come up, we have a little better process for dealing with this. We've spent a lot of time on process when we could have just focused on the relative value that we thought we were giving. Those are my comments, and I hope we can take it to heart. This was the tempest in a teapot. It didn't need to be, and we could have had better explanations along the way, and I think hindsight will provide us that wisdom.
Any other questions of the city manager? See none, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel and council members. I guess I'll just share with council that there's a few what I would term problem properties in the city that we are constantly dealing with complaints about. And I'd just like to, even though he's gone, I'd like to thank our new Parks and Rec director. We had the opportunity with some relatives of the owners of the property to get it cleaned up, and I mentioned it to our Parks and Rec director, and he had dumpsters over there the next day. The city provided the dumpsters. I think we emptied them like 3 times and got the property cleaned up, and I know the neighborhood is really appreciative and thankful for our efforts. It is one of those where we did build up a significant amount of fines. If we weren't going to get movement, we would have gone to court to get an injunction to clean it up, but fortunately we were able to do it without costing the city a lot of money.
Thank you. Any questions of the city attorney? So then we'll go to city clerk, Ms. Sater.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. No report available for questions.
Questions of the city clerk? Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Yeah, you went to a conference?
I did, thank you. I went to the International Institute of Municipal Clerks Conference in Little Rock, Arkansas. The main tract of this one is what's facing everybody is employee retention, succession planning, and long-term goals for your facility. So I sat through quite a few courses, had a few speakers that were very inspirational in their stories, and brought home some tools to ensure that we have a very well succession plan for the city clerk's office.
Brilliant, thank you.
Councilmember Basin.
Thank you, Mayor. For the clerk, I see we have in-person voting here now for the special election. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, it's absentee, not early voting, absentee, and it is Monday through Friday, 9 to 4. It will not be open on Election Day, Saturday. So.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the city clerk? And I think midnight tonight is the filing deadline for state office.
That's 5 o'clock today. It's already ended.
Was it 5 o'clock?
Yep.
Yeah, today, okay, today. Next we'll go to public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council at this time? Ms. Nelson?
I would.
You're so patient.
I'm always interested. Couple things. As I mentioned last couple weeks ago, Marion Nelson, by the way, we do have Thor Evenson's show, and I stopped in to take a look at it because it is up and the door is open as of Wednesday noon today. And tomorrow night is the reception, 5 to 7, refreshments. I'm not sure if there's going to be music or not. There was music in the park tonight, and that took our musician away to do other things, so I'm not sure what the music status is for tomorrow night. But anyway, it is a big show. It is much bigger than I thought it would be, frankly. We thought we had 40, 50 pieces of watercolor last month, and there is more than that in this show. It is quite amazing. Thor Evenson included some of his boat, commercial fishing boat models, which he designed. He's designed several of them for people. As an architect, he has more than enough capabilities to do that, as well as some other sculptural pieces. Anyway, it's an extremely interesting show. I've known Thor for ever and ever, and I've seen a lot of his work over the years, and this was surprising to me. That some great new pieces, some great old pieces. Some things that have to do with the Art Center in general. I had the executive committee met with Tim Dillon this last week, and he is not particularly familiar with the goings-on in the Art Center. I know what he does, and the other members of the board are not all that familiar with EDD office, but I thought this would be a good acquaintance in both directions, and it was. He realized that there are some possible opportunities for us to get some kind of funding somewhere along the way. One of their goals is to try to cover a Wednesday through Saturday front desk person, so we don't have all these volunteers that just, it's an issue. Great people, they do a good job for the most part, but it would be much nicer, much simpler in terms of operation to just simplify that whole front end thing. Well, of course, that's a very difficult position to get funded with any kind of grant, but in any case, he knows more about our operation, and that if there's something that we fit along the way that he's working on, he knows that we're there waiting with our hand out, our mind open to what might fit. The other thing is there's 3 workshops scheduled right now. I can't give you all the names. There's a Sgraffito workshop that I've mentioned in the past that Celia Anderson is doing. There's a like a Chinese brush painting, and there's another one, and I'm sorry I can't remember that. But anyway, there are more workshops, which again was the goal, to rehab that back room, and it is definitely working. This musical group, Wild Shore, is part of a group. They have been here before, featuring the music of Joseph Phillips Jr., who is, if I understand it correctly, he grew up in Homer, and so he has a relationship still with, lives in New York, relationship still with the Bunnell Gallery and Asa, what's her last name? Phillips? Can't think of it right now. Anyway, Freeman. And so we cooperate with the Bunnell when it comes to artists in the schools, which is something that serves our grant applications. They want to know, of course, how we're working with kids, and that's a very concrete example of what we can do. So what we do is give the Bunnell money, and they administer the grant, and it puts artists in our schools here as well as in other parts of Homer, etc. And Wild Shore is a little bit along those lines. It's a joint effort between the two of us, and so Wild Shore comes into the state with about, I don't know, anywhere from 6 to 12 musicians. It's very contemporary music, very contemporary, and it's no charge to the public, but they do suggest donations, which are just to keep it going. And that's coming up on the Thursday, June 9th, just to let you know. And so busy stuff going on right now. Any questions from anybody? Yes?
Will that be at Cornell's on Thursday, June 9th?
No, it'll be at our Art Center. You know, they've been here before. It's a very entertaining evening, to say the least.
Councilmember Basin.
Not a question, but I thought the Clarion did a good article on yesterday's front page.
Oh, thanks. I have to say I haven't seen it. I just picked up the paper this afternoon at the post office, since it's not delivered in my driveway anymore. So I'm a mile or so beyond.
It was very nice, very nicely done.
Good. I appreciate that. They're pretty faithful about coming over, and Alex Radlinsky, our executive director, did it. He is so professional in how he displays the artwork. He just absolutely does a perfect job of it. So that's when the Clarion knows they need to come over after that job is done, and then they, of course, can take the best pictures possible.
Thank you, Marion.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
See you tomorrow night.
Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to address the council at this time?
Oh, thank
Oh.
you for the money tonight, too. I appreciate that.
Nothing? No one online, nobody here? No go? With that, we'll move to council comments. Let's start with Councilmember Petty.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. It's very awesome that we have passed the budget for the city, and I know that there's tons of work that was done in each department, and there was tons of work that was done here on the council, and look forward to having a successful upcoming year. Thankful to hear about that bond that's coming forward for the Kenai High School bathroom opportunities. And anyway, thank you for the great work y'all did tonight.
Councilmember Sonart.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I echo Council Member Petty's words about the budget. Thank you for all of you who put hours into that and created it. It met my expectations, so thank you very much. I'm a summer gardener, and I had a very high germination rate on my cardinal climbers, like 98%. So there is a flat in the corner down here, and there are cardinal climbers, and I've spoken to several of you that are interested in taking some home. So I'm speaking to all of you now. I have planted enough cardinal climbers in my gardens, so these are free to a good home. Of course, they would have to be cardinal climbers, right? So it is a climber, so it does have to have a little bit of support. Like all of our cardinals, we have to support our cardinals, right?
Is it flower, I take it? A flower? Are they a shade, or are they sunlight, or mixed? Or
Sunshine?
Do they need a lot of water, or?
No, it's an annual. It will not live over the winter, so you just enjoy it for the summer. Sunshine, mixed sun. I wouldn't put it in full shade. It does need some sunshine. But it needs a stick or a trellis or something, because it will vine up and it creates beautiful red cardinal flowers. So enjoy.
Very nice. Thank you. Councilmember Winger.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. First off, I'd like to offer prayers and condolences to the families in Texas. I don't know if you followed what happened in their elementary school. It's just, we're in a world that's just unfathomable to believe that we would be shooting up elementary schools, churches, shopping malls, movie theaters. I mean, it just really has gotten out of control. But just would like to offer condolences and prayers to the family. I've got 3 kids. At the end of the school year, we went through the Alice drill. It's just amazing. I didn't do Alice drills when I was in school. School shootings started. Columbine started. The Bethel High School shooting started when I was in high school. So ultimately, a lot of these school shootings really started when I was in high school. And there was no Alice drill. There was no anything. So just now that our children have to go through that and understand it, and we have to have conversations with them in these situations. It's just kind of mind-blowing. So I'd like to offer prayers and condolences to Texas. I did go to the Memorial Day events with Vice Mayor Glendenning. He did a great job representing the city, gave a beautiful speech. We didn't have the eagle soar over like you had planned last year and called for, but we did have fog that came and went. And seagulls, but people did appreciate the cupcakes, and all the efforts done by the Parks and Recs crew was very much appreciated to make the success of those events. Again, would just like to talk to people about firewise in their properties. Don't wait. Have a plan. Be ready, set to go if you have to evacuate. Don't burn anything. I've got 3 neighbors around me burning consistently, and as long as they have a bag of marshmallows, it's a warming fire, and it's strict brush burning. Just please don't. I mean, we all want to clear our properties. We all want to burn, but just don't. It's a scary thing to see in the conditions we have. This Friday, the Kenai Community Library will be building kites for the Saturday's Fly a Kite. The jumbo kite will be flown, I believe they changed the time to at 11:30, So I'd like to encourage you to come out, fly a kite, bring kids, bring grandkids. It should be a great time. I'd also like to encourage you, food security is a big thing for a lot of people. And there is that new high tunnel greenhouse that opened up on the Spur Highway right across from Peninsula Power Sports. They have about 110 different variety of vegetables and herbs to pick from. Great choices. I haven't been able to find broccoli starts anywhere, and they had 3 different varieties to pick from. So I'd like to highly encourage people to get out and plant in their gardens. And I plant more than I need, and I like to donate it to the senior center, food banks, or just neighbors in need. And then finally, I spoke with our House Representative Ron Gillum today. He's got quite a few, he just got home, so he is a little tired, but he's got quite a few presentations. One will be, I think, this Sunday at a church, just kind of going over ranked choice voting. So I think a lot of people have concerns of how ranked choice voting works. Wanting to explain, do I have to fill in for 3 people? Can I vote for just 1? How does this work? And so if you have any questions or just want more answers, or I guess better educate yourself with ranked choice voting, Mr. Gillum said that he's going to continue to do these outreaches. It takes him about 20 to 30 minutes. He would like to fine-tune that, and then he would be getting a hold of our city clerk in the next month or 2 to hopefully come give a scheduled speech about ranked choice voting and give us an update on kind of what Juneau was like for him. So other than that, that is all I have, and thanks for the good conversations tonight.
Vice Mayor Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'll just confine my comments to involvement in supporting the city and Legion Post 20 in the Memorial Day remembrance. I attended both the Avenue of Flags and the ceremonies at the Leif Hansen Park. My remarks focused on, of course, thanking Post 20, the amazing city employees that gave us shelter to stay under, brought us the cupcakes and flags waving on our avenues, and the turnout from the veterans that were there, old and young. My recollection, it's personal. I'll just try and go without losing my voice. I'm a second generation American, and our family has fought or served, as you wish to put it, in the uniform of the United States since World War II. My grandfather, who was born in Scotland in 1880, was in the Selective Service scheme in 1940. I mean, America was getting ready for a conflict. His sons were officers in the Illinois National Guard. Uncles and cousins fought in Korea, Vietnam, the Grenada, Panama excursions, and the 9/11 wars. My focus was on a niece of mine, a retired Marine officer, and I asked her, what do the symbols mean that are on our memorial in the Hansen Park? I have her speech here. I don't think I could read through it without losing my voice, but it was very meaningful and very heartfelt. Her personal experience is that she married a young Marine. They served in Iraq together. He was a helicopter pilot. She was there with a pistol on her hip doing what Marines do. And the last photo is her at the graveyard, and in her Marine dress uniform, saluting the tombstone. And that, for me, is a personal, always a very personal dedication of myself once again to America and what America stands for. Her husband young captain, is buried in Arlington. She went on to retire as a field grade officer. The widow warrior was what some called her. He's forever a young captain. She's roughly 50 now and occupies her time in public safety. She raises horses and rescues cats. So she has a full life, and the family is so proud of her. And I was pleased to represent Mayor Gabriel, the city, on that event, and it was a very, very, very meaningful day for me. Always. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Glendenning. Councilmember Baisman.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. Appreciate you bringing to us what this really means whenever we celebrate Memorial Day and what it means to the families. I think we don't take enough time to remember that. Good meeting, great discussion. I thought the administration worked really hard on the budget, and I appreciate all their efforts. Good night.
Councilmember Nexton.
Thank you. I too appreciate all the hard work that everybody in this body and the administration, Terry, did on the budget and getting it to this point. It's always kind of a long haul, actually, and I suppose I'm glad this portion is over. You know, it's just kind of getting to this point. But at any rate, the next couple of days, tomorrow night, I'll be looking forward to the Art Guild. I enjoy that immensely, and so I'll make every effort to go there. And also looking forward to the appreciation party on Friday night. And we'll see about Saturday and kite flying. Maybe I'll fly an airplane instead.
And so, yeah, I did promise a comment, a closing comment, and just wanted to echo everybody's recognition of our finance department and administration and the work that they did, and you know, put out a budget that resembled the resolution that they provided, that we approved, that you know, called for exactly what they did. So. Good things still going on with the city, and hopefully we'll continue that trend. And I just wanted to say appreciate your work, especially Terry, because I imagine you're ready for take a little break here from all that, and just want to say thank you. And with that, seeing no other business before this body, we are adjourned.